Oh, what's up, Johnny? Oh, you got hit with an ad? Oh. Oops. Sorry about that. What's going on? How you doing? Why is this not looking the way I want it to look? Hey, how's it going? Not bad, just coloring some artwork that I started earlier today. Nothing too fascinating. How about yourself? How you be? How you do? Been super busy. No, it's all good. Life has its way of grabbing us by the neck in different ways, you know? No escape from the life stuff. I look good? You mean my face looks good, or healthy and blessed? Oh, thanks. I'm glad it looks that way. let's just say that, you know. Things are going. How about yourself though? How you been doing? I'm not sure how to get this effect that I'm looking for. Screen, maybe that's it. Maybe I need to put a glow. First off, I've been having internet issues. Oh no, the last month it took last month to get it fixed. What was the issue? What was causing the problem? I think that's the effect. I just took it over from my roommates. You mean you were like stealing internet from your roommates? I'm a cybersecurity dropout. Well, damn. It sounds like you learned enough to obtain the internet from your roommates. It seems like you didn't drop out too early, at least. No, the bill. Oh. So your roommates was is your internet charged by how much you use? I don't know what to tell the ISP. Wait, I don't understand. So isn't the internet bill just a monthly, like it doesn't matter how much you've used? Isn't it the same each month? Or is it increases by how much you've used it? We live in an old rich people area. They only allow us through HOA. I have no idea what HOA is. To use one internet. Okay, I'm only like 30% understanding. Queen's Blood. I only use one internet provider. Okay, I understand that. Well, I guess the moral of the story is you have fixed the issue. In America, to keep housing prices up, they have HOAs. I still don't know what is an HOA. What does that stand for? Color overlay is just gonna work. Screen. Little bureaucracy to keep standards up. Okay. Still not House Owners Association. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've heard of that term. I don't know anything about it though. Okay, that's making a bit, understanding it a bit more. But it's all sorted out now, right? You don't have to deal with it anymore. You don't have to deal with the problem. Like Charlie, you didn't take your lights off. Oh, like quality control or something like that. Christmas is over. Unlucky. RIP. Yeah, that sounds pretty frustrating. Pretty frustrating. Speaking of Christmas, you have any cool Christmas plans lined up? Anything fancy going on? I feel like this is not giving me... me and my boy just made the exodus to Vegas from Los Angeles. So you moved house. Vegas. Wait, is there like a mass exodus happening right now? Are like people moving from Vegas to LA because of House Owners Association stuff? All for Thanksgiving, okay. I'm thinking like everyone's escaping. Everyone's leaving Vegas or something. I didn't even realize it was Thanksgiving today until an hour ago. Thanksgiving is not really a UK thing, so whenever it rolls around, I'm always like, oh yeah, that's a thing that many people celebrate. He left for family. Let me see. That was good. My mum lives there, I know. Just letting you know to bring content. What, you want me to like put Happy Thanksgiving in the title or something? Or, well, I guess it's something to talk about, so yeah. Thanksgiving. So I'm guessing you'll be eating a whole bunch of, like, do you do the turkey thing, or do you guys eat is there like other traditional Thanksgiving meals that you prefer? Tell people to have chat. No worries, it's all good. I only just started 10 minutes ago, so you know. And I've gotten used to, like, when I'm doing art streams, I'm totally fine with just sitting my ass here, not really talking that much, just listening to music and coloring, drawing. It's all good. But it is also nice to have a little chitty chat, little chin wag. Oops. You and my boy were looking for UFOs on the ride over. Like UFOs as in just playing around UFOs, or actual there must be UFOs, we must find them. What how serious are we talking here? Bro, we see them once in a while. We live in one of the most UFO spots ever. I'm not believing a single word of what you're saying right now. I mean, I guess you can describe what they look like. No. I'm on the edge of LA, no docks. Like, are we talking like sci-fi movie UFOs shaped like a frying pan? Like, I have no idea. I mean, I've heard this topic brought up by some people, but I don't know how serious it is. In 2006. Oh, I'm sitting on a trampoline. It's 2006. I'm looking up. And you saw... What did you see? A star comes up way too close, then zooms off. No lie. I don't believe you, man. I should have just stopped you before you even continued. I mean, not only do I not believe you, but I'm pretty sure you've told a lot of people that story. And my guess is going to be that most people do not believe you, right? I'm just guessing that's going to be the case. Not to say you're lying, but it's going to be kind of tough for people to believe, I think. Dude, I don't even believe me. We all ran inside. Did you ever see it again, or that was the first and last time? Me and all three of my friends were like, what the fuck? And like, we're talking, none of you are smoking, there's no external substances being used in this situation. We're talking like straight edge, no chemical involvement. This was before I smoked, okay? Interesting. Well, I mean, yeah, that's... Yeah, I like me living over here in Taiwan, I hear a lot of ghost stories and people that believe they can see ghosts and people that believe they can speak to dead animals. So I've had my fair share of, hey, this happened to me, and me not believing it. But, you know, perhaps it can't be the case that all of these people are just lying. So I'm guessing there has to be something to it. I'm telling you, I didn't want to believe it either. Oh, shit. So oh, thanks, man. I'm doing okay. I need to... Talent means nothing if one does not practice. Hence why I am here, practicing. That is the goal. Where is this coming from? What's that? Oh, okay. Okay, the fish is... It's not practice, it's messing up again and again and again. Yep, I guess that's part of it. There's been a lot of mistakes here. In fact, you just reminded me that I was out early and I was looking at this picture on my phone, realizing, like, just finding small mistakes that I didn't see. And I found quite a few, such as this one right here. I think this just needs to be straight up. I think it even needs to be more angled up, actually. Sorry, I hope I don't come off conspiracy. No, it's fine. I mean, there's all kinds of... We've all heard... I mean, obviously it does come off as a conspiracy, or just... Not conspiracy. It's just hard to believe, right? But like you said, I'm sure you've told people this story. And I'm sure by now you're used to people not believing you, right? So... I'm sure you're familiar with the feeling of, believe me guys, and then nobody believes you. Skin, let's see. Why is that not working? Here. Oh, it's because there's too much red. Grandpa, I live where all that UFO stuff happens all my life. My grandpa, is there anything to that UFO thing? My grandpa, who won't speak of his Navy services. Like your grandpa. Only time he says there's something to it, that's it. Oh, you mean like your grandpa normally doesn't talk about anything, but he talks about the UFO stuff? Is that what you mean? Shit. Wait, what? What am I doing? Oh, I see what's going on. My son's great-grandfather had the highest rank you can get as a man of color in the Air Force. That's dope. Told my son's uncle the same thing. You mean the same thing about the UFOs? What was the rank that he had, by the way? What is the name of the highest rank of the of being in the Air Force? That's pretty dope. Man he reached the end game of military life, military service. The highest grade. I don't think I like this light. It's too bright. The screen is better. Maybe. There's something to it. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't know. He was at the time when all that bullshit was going on. Wait, which bullshit? Educate me, man. You can't just say that bullshit and I have no context or concept of what the bullshit is. Which bullshit? Is it like the GI Bill stuff when people of color were coming back from the war and then they were promised like benefits of some kind of bill, but then they were not given it? It was not given to them, or I don't even know which war. I'm guessing like Vietnam War or World War II. I don't even know. Gotta let me know. Color dodge? Maybe color dodge? I'm sorry, I lost you for a sec. Oh, I was just saying that. I was saying. Oh, because you said he was when all that bullshit was going on. But I was saying like which bullshit, like which I don't know, like which bullshit in the military was going on that you're referring to. Because I'm actually curious, and I asked if it was like World War II or you talking like Vietnam War. Like what are we? Which war are we even talking about? Or during which period of history was he? Did he get that rank? I found out that me and my great-grandfather fought my great-grandmother at the Alamo. The racist segregation World War II, Korea. Oh, okay. Oh wow, he fought in 2. Wait, what's the Alamo? What's that? I need more shadow down here. Yeah, this needs more shadow. Shit. Holy shit, the Alamo, remember? I have no... What is the Alamo? It's when Texas fought Spain for Texas. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna... My family ties to Texas pretty hard. I see. Yeah, I think there's some things that you gotta keep in mind that certain components of American history, non-Americans may just not have no idea, right? Like I've heard the name Alamo before, but I didn't know if you were talking about a person, a law, a place. I had no idea what that is. But now I know. Appreciate that. So I didn't even know Texas fought. I thought, wasn't Texas a part of Mexico? Like, or was Spain trying to get Mexico as well? I have no idea. I don't know shit about that history. Yeah, I'm learning now. Sorry, I'm in Vegas and drinking. Okay. How are you drinking and on stream? Or like in some... Sorry, not Spain, Mexico. No. You said Spain, but I was just... Because I know that Texas used to be a part of Mexico. So I was wondering if Mexico was involved in that conflict or something, but I guess not. But no, you did say Spain. Don't worry, you didn't make a mistake. Oh, you're chilling at your aunt's. Oh, okay. Oh, when you said drinking, I just assumed like, for some reason I assumed you were out at a bar or something. That's my poor assumption. Man, I got way too many layers. Layer overload. My family's from there. But I thought you said you moved from Vegas to LA. Nope, we need to put that on a new layer, you nincompoop. No, I was joking about the word Exodus. Oh, okay. I couldn't keep up with with what's real and what's not. Maybe I'm the one that should be drinking, so I can keep up, you know. Shuffle. Yeah, I need to. Well, that's what I would say if I was a drinker, but I am a non-drinker of the alcoholic beverages. That's way too dark, isn't it? I don't drink. I'm just trying to have a good time. I work too damn hard. I don't drink. I only drink on holidays. Yeah, you gotta pick your times, you know. Work hard, drink hard, play hard. When it's deserved, it's deserved, you know. It's even more so. It's better to drink in these kinds of situations when after a period of hard work. Makes the drink feel way more earned. Oh, that's why you loser. No, wrong setting. Is anybody else drinking in the house, or just you? Was it like the whole family getting on board? Dude, we hit 4K followers on TikTok. Oh, nice. Is that on your personal stream? Have you been still streaming on TikTok, by the way? How's that been going? I used to every day, but I'm more conservative about it now. Yeah, it's probably better. Probably not to going overboard with the drinking is not a good idea. And I just hit 300 on Twitch. Congrats. Just me. What have you been streaming that made you hit 300? Maybe this 10 is a pretty good thing to go with. Let's blur it maybe. I don't think I like it. I drove a bunch and now I'm like, I can chill now. Dragon Quest 2 HD remake. How long have you been streaming that? Like, you've been streaming that, like every time you stream that game, and then that kind of helped you get to 300? I haven't played any Dragon Quest game, by the way. I've owned like 2 or 3 of them. Like, one of my brothers got them for me as gifts. I think I had Dragon Quest 8 on the PS2. I remember around the time I bought Final Fantasy 12, my brother got me Dragon Quest 8 and Metal Gear Solid 3. I think it was for a birthday gift. And I remember playing all the other games, like Metal Gear 3 and FF12. And I think I played Dragon Quest 8 for like 10 minutes. And I think I got into one battle in Dragon Quest 8, and I'm like, I'm sure this battle system gets better, but right now it's not popping up for me right now. So maybe I'll come back to this at a later stage, and then I just didn't come back to it. Like the past 2 weeks now, followers. Oh yeah, no, I know what you meant, followers. That's still good though. Progress. Just been holding down like 4 to 10 Twitch and 3 to 10 on TikTok. It's weird holding down both. How do you stream? I tried to use I streamed on TikTok and Twitch one time, but I had to use TikTok's TikTok Studio thing. Like, I had OBS open and the TikTok Studio thing open. I know there's some OBS plugins you can use, but the vertical, like, right now I'm streaming on Twitch and YouTube, and I'm using the ATEM multi-stream thing. But last I checked, the ATEM multi-stream thing, you can't use it on TikTok because you can't get a stream key. Like, finding your stream key on TikTok, like, I don't think TikTok provides you with one, so that was like a weird, I don't know why they don't provide you with one, unless you get one at a certain amount of followers. We just hit 60 on the affiliates. Nice. Pretty good. You can do both. It's more taxing on the attention span. Yeah, I tried both, but if I could do it all in OBS, maybe I would do it more. Emphasis on the maybe.
Soldiers to bury, you know we just clicked in and made you realize this game is twice as hard. You see that with your own eyes. You're on the way to choose your type of life, cause you gotta. I tell you from now, I don't think you want this one. Just practice, just challenge me when you're ready with your tactics. High punches, spin kicks, watch your back split. I see you in the air when I make you back flip. Select and make your first pick. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Choose and pick the best one. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Select and make your first pick. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Choose and pick the best one. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
When I stream, I'm doing studio and OBS. If you can figure out a better way, please. This is a new art form. Please let me know. Yeah, it's I think it's better. I mean, yeah, running OBS and the studio thing, that doing that one time was enough for me to say, nah, I'm good. I'll rather just wait until there's a plugin, or until, well, not a plugin, until TikTok just gives you a stream key. Because yeah, that doing the OBS, checking both softwares is too much. Fuck that shit. Yeah, no way. But it seems like TikTok is hell bent on making you use their studio. It's kind of annoying. Maybe that's not such a bad idea, actually. Maybe what I do is just super hardcore imply that there's like a shit. I'm so bad at shadows, man. Let's see. I mean, I'm getting better, it's just... You know what? You know what? Let's do it like this. Come on. Just go around here. We don't really need to go all the way around. Just need to connect it. I love how freeform it is though, like streaming. Like everything I learned up to this point is just paying off in this artistic arena. Very blessed, my dude. That's good. It's always the worst. One of the worst things in the world is putting a lot of time into something, like a lot of time, and then it truly not mattering, or it truly not being able to see any fruits of it. That's pretty rough, right? So it's always good when you're able to actually get something out of it. Perhaps this needs to go around even more. Oh, hey, what's up, guys? Oh, it's been a while. What up? That fish reminds me of that Yu-Gi-Oh card, 7 colored fish. Oh, I didn't know that was a Yu-Gi-Oh card. Thanks for the compliment. Still working my way through it. You know, I was a professional DJ. Oh, I didn't know. What kind of I mean, if you did tell me, I probably just forgot. Like, not huge, but I was paid and made a living off of it in America. What kind of genres did you DJ? What kind of music? And forgive me if you've told me before. I'm just slipped by my mind. And how you been, guys? Oh, I haven't seen you in a while. You didn't play the beta, the Monster Hunter Wilds beta, did you, guys? Oh, I can't remember if it's because you weren't able to or because you purposely wanted to wait. Because I know you wanted to avoid spoilers, right? But I wasn't sure if the Wilds beta falls under spoilers for you. Progressive house, trance, electro, and hip hop. Nice, pretty diverse. So you don't do it anymore? Oh, you did? Oh, I was asking Legazo. I think I know you played it already. So you completely don't DJ anymore? Or is it something you do like for a hobby here and there? Shit. No, I did not play the beta purposely. Okay, want to go in as nude as possible. I did create a character, so I'm eligible for the beta rewards. Okay. Damn, you are very good at holding on and not giving in to the temptation. Because if I wanted to avoid spoilers as much as you, I still would have probably just played the beta. But you're gonna have a very enhanced experience considering how much you've managed to avoid. Maybe even here. Maybe even here. Got married and had a kid. I made music for Real World MTV. Got signed to an independent label. But I mean, if you did... I mean, that's quite a lot of stuff though. I mean, surely... Like, so all of it, you don't even touch the world of DJing anymore at all? I mean, I stopped smoking cold turkey too. That's some serious brain power right there. Isn't it not even healthy to stop cold turkey for a lot of people? I've always been told that the cold turkey thing is usually not good, but I guess maybe it depends on why. I think I've heard that it's not good because oftentimes people that try to, even if you do quit cold turkey, you run the risk of just falling back into it extra hard. So a more gradual stopping is usually preferred, but I guess that depends on the subject being discussed. I was a ghostwriter. I do this now, like ghostwriter for rappers and stuff. I heard there's a lot of big money in ghostwriting, like big money. If I'm doing this, do I want this to stay on? Maybe. Okay, so the light on her needs to be a bit more colorful. I'm really pushing the limits of my coloring knowledge right now, which is not very good. Maybe gradient overlay. A lot of people fell back, but in the end, or fall back, but in the end, it's more of a behavior. Believe me, I almost chewed on my Apple Pen. I did a bunch of remixes. Oh, because I needed something between the lips. Yeah, that sounds like a very, very, very easily possible that you can just fall back into it. But I mean, how long? It sounds like you've fully escaped it, right? So, good shit on you. Yeah, but you gotta be like quiet about it. It's weird. Well, it makes sense, right? You can't. The concept of a ghostwriter is destroyed if you talk about it. So, like, I think being a famous ghostwriter is really cool because it's like you get the benefit of being, making good money, and you don't have to deal with the fame because nobody knows who you are. I guess some people want to be known, especially if you ghost wrote for a song that's super popular. Like if you ghost wrote for Drake and nobody knows it was you, I can imagine the temptation, right? Like, you're listening to that song on the radio, but little do you know that was me. But I think I would like that kind of fame. It's kind of like being a producer or being a manager or an agent for a famous actor or something, right? Nobody really knows who the agent is, but the agent has their agent's existence has they have a big impact on the world without having the pitfall of being the actual actor. Oh, 2 years, damn, that's pretty good. I'd rather be in the back. I admire Daft Punk my whole life. Yeah, Daft Punk have set themselves up to be... I'm pretty sure you can Google their faces though, but nobody's gonna remember their faces. Ever ghost wrote something and then when the song released you felt like cringe? Yeah, that has to be part of the life of a ghostwriter for sure. Can I put in another one? Oh, I can. Okay, nice. It's not really working the way I imagined it would. Normal. Look at how they massacred my boy. It's okay, it's just part of the art. More like, why the fuck did I have to be born? Wait, what'd you... This is out now because I meant... Oh, right. But at least, you know, your name, in the public eye, your name is not really attached to it, so there's always that. Wait, why is the red at the top? Hold on. This is not... Wait, scale? This is not working out the way I thought it would. Maybe this way. Come on. Maybe. Art is complicated. Yeah, it's cool. You learn to love it, I'm guessing you mean. This is not the overlay I'm thinking of. Okay, we're probably gonna have to just do this the old-fashioned, the manual way. Which is okay, because I need to learn better anyway. Currently trying to have a heroics run versus Fatty. Nice. Using which weapon? I think heroics runs are really fun to try. I've never successfully pulled one off though. Heavy bowgun? Okay. I guess spread, right? Heavy bowgun spread. What time do you think, how fast do you think you can do it with heroics? I guess the most difficult part is just getting one shot. Managed to reach third phase in 5 minutes. Damn. Dude, I'm gonna bounce. I hope you have a good stream. Sorry for crowding the chat. No, it's all good. No problemo. Thanks for passing by. Enjoy the rest of your drink and Thanksgiving. Managed to reach third face. Fatalis' third head comes at the end. Yeah, that's really good. That's super fast. I mean, what is this? Oh, it's that shadow. Okay. Yeah, Vo staying below 35% in the last phase with the ground murdering you slowly. Yeah, that's rough, right? And I guess, how do you even stay topped off without, like, I guess you have to use a herb or a potion so that you don't heal over 35%. I guess it would be a herb, right? Or you don't at all. Or, wait, the fire on the ground, can that be, but I thought you meant like the tick damage from the fire might kill you, right? Or you can just use a fire mantle or put in decorations to negate the fire damage, the tick damage on the ground. I don't even know if you can do that. I've never tried to do that. It does slowly kill me, so it's a race. But couldn't you just use decorations to get rid of the tick damage from that? Can I do the last 20% in the minute? Well, if you got to phase 3 in 5 minutes, then you could probably just kill him. I'm guessing your previous run failed because you died because of the fire damage, right? So maybe it might be worth gemming it out with decorations so you don't have to worry about it. Or just using a herb. I think if you've got like 2% health left and you just eat a herb, I don't think the herb will recover you over 35, I think. But the problem in phase 3 is I get there without head break. Oh. But whether you get head break or not, you're gonna die in one hit anyway from the fire. So either way, you're like, I don't think you need the head break. I'm running with Crit Eye, Agitator, Heroic 7, Earplug. Yeah, it's pretty high damage loadout. You could probably kill him without the head break. I mean, 5 minutes to phase 3? I don't think you need a head break. And aiming for the head break with spread, you're going to be running into speedrun issues where you're going to be now relying on Fatalis like using the sequence of attacks where his head is on the ground. So yeah, fuck the head. It's going to be too inconsistent. Go for the chest. And then why is this not as bright as I imagined it would be? Why is this not brighter? You caught it again. Oh no. Wait, why aren't you streaming it? Why not stream your runs? Why does this not look the way I thought it would look? This is quite annoying. Because I'm just testing my build before I want to make it public. I see. Test it out for science. We want to do it 4-man. Oh, like 4 people wearing the same loadout. I mean, that's going to be a pretty... That's like some Team Darkside shit, right? But none of us play heavy bowgun. Oh yeah, I forgot you're a Lance. You're usually a Lance guy. How does it feel to wield the power of the broken, the overtuned heavy bowgun? Friends, GS, another is LS, and the third one is Hammermain. I like it. Big weapons, big bonkers. Do I just need to do a flat? I think I know what I need to do. This should work. Maybe this. No, that's not working. So it will be a rough time till then. Also, I don't really got much energy lately, just seasonal depression. So popping them vitamin D pills. Does this normally happen during Christmas time? Like for you, when the Christmas time starts rolling up, those feelings start to creep in? Or is it like every season this happens? Every winter when it gets cold and wet and dark. Yeah, it's can be kind of rough. And yeah, thanks for sharing that, by the way. You know, sometimes that can be quite personal to share and stuff, but I know I'm not much of a stranger to those feelings myself too, so I know the feeling. Why is this not working the way I imagine it would work? When I spend my winter in the Philippines, I do not have that low. Yeah, it's funny how just a completely different environment can prevent certain mental traps of the mind just don't happen as often, or don't happen at all, depending on where you are or who you're with. I'm going to be visiting London in 2 weeks. I haven't been home for 6 years. I'm kind of anxious about that, to be honest. Obviously, I'm excited to see a bunch of people I haven't seen, but 6 years is a very long time. And there's a few things that I'm a bit nervous about. So, we'll see how that goes. Why anxious? It's just been very long. And there's a lot of family that I haven't seen, and brothers with children that I haven't watched grow. There's 3-4 children that were 0 years old when I left, and then now they're going to be 5-6 years old. Things like that. Also just feeling, when I was first in Taiwan for 2 years, because I've been here 8 years total, when I was first here for 2 years and I went back to London, I felt like the reverse culture shock thing. But when I So I felt reverse culture shock even after being away for 2 years. So now that I've been away for 6 years, I'm just kind of just anxious what I'm gonna feel this time, you know. Hopefully it's all just in my head. Oh, what's up, C4? Hopefully it's all in my head, but I doubt it though. I'm definitely gonna be anxious, and it's not gonna be all amazing, I don't think. So that's what I'm anxious about. I'm just anxious about what parts are gonna be rough, you know. But I'd love to be wrong. Yeah, London mentioned what's going on, C4? How you doing? How you be? Bro, this lighting is killing me, man. Why is it not working the way I would imagine it to work? No idea. Is it this? No, it's not that. Okay, maybe I need to just put... This might fix it. Oh shit, wrong gradient. Maybe I just need to give it an inner glow. Oh shit, wait, I didn't change it, did I? Okay, and then maybe... Soft light? No, not soft light. Well, I hope it goes as planned and smooth. Culture shock can be funny, yeah. It's gonna be... And another thing I'm nervous about is like... The thing about the reverse culture shock that I felt the first time, it wasn't necessarily the culture shock thing that was surprising. It was the feeling of... Because I never thought that would happen ever. Like I've never lived my life thinking that London or England would not feel like home. The whole time I've been alive, I've always thought I could go anywhere for however long, like I could go anywhere for any amount of time, and I could return, and London would feel like home. I always felt that way. So going back after 2 years and then feeling that feeling of, oh shit, home doesn't feel like home anymore. That was the scary part. That was the scary part because I never experienced that before. And because when you experience that, it's like, oh shit, wait, home doesn't feel like home anymore. What now? You know what I mean? There's like a what does that mean? Where is home now? Taiwan isn't home. You know, it's never really going to be home like that. So my fear when I visit this time is, you know, the fear is the thing that I'm anxious about is also just how much it's not going to feel like home this time around. If 2 years didn't feel like home, then 6 years, what's that going to be like, you know? But it's possible that, you know, I'm a different person now and maybe I'll go back and it's the same thing that happened to me 6 years ago won't happen. But it's hard to say. Anyway, I'm just saying, because a lot of people, when I told them, oh yeah, I'm going home visiting home after 6 years, everyone said, oh wow, you must be over the moon, super excited. And I guess it's kind of strange for me to turn to them and say, actually no, I'm not as excited as you might think. Wait, what was I gonna do? I thought I figured this out. Oh yeah, that was it. Maybe. Okay, let me get all the colors first. I'm all good. Had a sick game of Death Note on my mate's stream the other day. Got someone to call me a fat retard because my FBI skills were too clean. Wait, they were being serious? Or they actually insulted you? Why would they don't, wait, you're not fat, right? How would they can't even see you. you don't play with cameras, right? So they don't even know what you look like, no? Why would they just say you're fat? Oh shit, that's the wrong color. I hope this works the way I'm intending for it to work. Probably won't, but I guess we're about to find out. Okay, then. Shit. No, what's that? I hate when you press one key on Photoshop and it opens up your whole browser. So it was a random person and he said, "You sound fat, you retard." Whenever I hear "you retard," sometimes I just think of that Gohan, the Gohan meme where he's just smiling and said, "You retard." Listen to this. Wait, yeah, "You sound fat, you retard." I felt bad for my mate, but the outburst was too funny. I just laughed. I said, "You sound fat," you know. Maybe I can turn that off and then put this on overlay. Shit. I like what this is doing here. Oh wait, no I don't. Now that I take a closer look. Okay, it's looking like all I can say about voice matching the physique is that sometimes it's utter BS. When I was 13, my mates and I were in line to get some fries. In front of us was this almost 6 foot muscle guy, or 6 foot tall muscle guy. When he ordered, we had to suppress our laughter because he sounded like a child. Yeah, it's but yeah, I think most of the time when you guess, but I think there is something true, or there is a true sensation behind somebody sounding a certain way, right? Or assuming that how somebody looks based on how they sound. Like oftentimes the assumption is wrong, but the assumption comes from somewhere, right? Like there is a, like if somebody, like what you just described works the other way around, right? Like if somebody spoke in a squeaky voice, like however that guy sounded, and you heard them on the phone, you would probably think that he doesn't look like a tall, muscular person, right? So the concept behind making a judgment call based on how somebody sounds is definitely a very real thing. But whether it's accurate or not is, that's a different story. I'm not sure the TOS on the word, so I'm not sure if the vid will stay up for long. I've got a belly, but I wouldn't say I'm fat. Yeah. Speaking of belly, I'm trying to be very careful with that as well. I hate being quite fit, like up above, arms and chest, even abs. Like when I look at my stomach from the front, even when I'm not flexing, the abs are there. right? And then when I tense it, it's definitely there. But it's just so annoying that it's poking out in a way that I just, it's just, I guess I got the bad, you know how everybody stores fat differently? I just got a bad dice roll, unfortunately. I wish I was one of those like Latino, I'd rather be one of them Latino South American women that just carry fat in their bum. Like, I wish I could just eat and then all the fat goes to my ass. I don't think that happens with men, really. It's either your stomach, your arms, your what do you call it? The sides of your stomach, like your love handles or whatever. Some men get it there. But yeah, it going straight to the stomach is so annoying. BBL bender, fuck it. I'd rather be BBL bender than like beer belly bender. You know what I mean? Looking like Sonic the Hedgehog with his pot belly in the old Sonic games. But yeah, I hate being muscular everywhere else, and then there's just some, you know, World of Warcraft orc belly, like ready to work, zug zug. You know what I mean? Got some zug zug belly sticking out. And the frustrating thing about stomach fat is just it's just the hardest to it's the hardest to lose in the sense that you can't really target it. You can't really target farm muscle loss in the stomach. I mean, you can do exercises that encourage muscle loss there, kind of. But all the research I've looked into, it seems to be the case that you gotta defeat it with diet and good habits and patience, but mostly good diet. Yeah, you just can't. I wish you could target farm the muscle loss in your stomach the same way you can target farm like growing muscle in other parts of the body. As long as my body fat don't store in my forehead. Short stack goblin. I said forehead, you know, that would be something to witness. But yeah, I hate myself. That's another thing I'm worried about. Oh man, there's so much food. Dude, the first thing I want to do when I get back to London, as soon as I touch down, locate the nearest Tesco or Sainsbury's and buy a pack of jam donuts. Just give me the jam donuts, give me the custard donuts, the apple-filled donuts. As somebody that's been on a diet, the worst fear of going back to London for 2 weeks is those 2 weeks are just going to be scrapped in terms of like following any diet. Just get rid of it. No chance. There's too much food that I haven't had in years. Not even to mention like just Nigerian food. There's no chance. Man, haven't had jollof rice for 6 years. Haven't had any African food. I haven't had plantain. I haven't had no yam, no eba, no egusi stew, none of that. For 6 years. It's gonna be impossible to resist some of that stuff. But I have to do the donuts though. I just have to. Or even like things like cake and custard. Like you can't buy custard here. There's no custard. There's actually no custard. Wait, you don't have access to yam? No, there is yam, but when I say yam, I mean like the way that Nigerians prepare it, like it being cooked or prepared alongside other Nigerian food. Our donuts not popular in Thailand. Hit me with the Taiwan. No, there are donuts here, but they're just not as good as obviously you got Krispy Kreme. There's a brand here called Mr. Donut, which I like a lot, but I just miss like. You know what I mean? Like it's the cheap Sainsbury's brand of donuts with all the sugar, dripping with sugar from head to toe. I just miss those. I might even find it in the airport. If there's a Tesco in the airport, give me the jam donuts. Where is it? I'm gonna be looking around like looking for the jam. I'm gonna be searching for those jam donuts. What's that song? What's that? Bill Withers? That searching. I would play that song, but I'll get copyright attacked by YouTube. Yeah, I'm gonna be searching like a madman. Searching like a crazy person. Just writing something down. Sadly, you won't have a layover in Germany. Would have dragged you to the bar for a few drinks. Well, unfortunately for you, I do not drink, so you would have had a hard time convincing me to drink anything that isn't like juice or water or fucking soy milk or something. But yeah, my layover is in Turkey, and it's only for like an hour and a half or something, or 1 hour. So, but I appreciate the offer of I guess there's just no way for me to do what I'm trying to do. I mean, there must be, but I'm just shit. Literally, I just suck. Or maybe... I think I know what I need to do. Wait, didn't I just try that though? Okay, fuck it, let's try it again. Maybe I can put some wavy... What are you trying to do? I'm trying to... So the rainbow fish is glowing, right? I want the lighting on her to... I want it to look like she's being illuminated by the rainbow of the fish, by the blue, by the teal here, the blue, the red, and the green. So I want to put like a gentle... like I want the face to be kind of blue or kind of teal, and then the chest to be kind of blue, and then I want to have like a gradient of this glow on her body, and it's kind of tricky. Like the way, like I thought I knew what to do, but it's not looking the way I imagined it would look, which is quite annoying. I think I may know what the problem is. Let me get out of this. I think I may know what the issue is. What if you copy the gradient of the fish directly? I didn't try that, but I kind of have done that. Like, wait, did I delete it? Okay, let's delete it. I kind of have done that. So if you look here, like this gradient, this line here, this right now, this gradient is on top of the character, right? I mean, it's not the exact same sequence of colors, but it's just not looking the way, it's not looking as subtle. Yeah, it's just not looking, it's looking unrealistic. I think I have one more idea though, so let me try that first. I have one more idea. I'm gonna do like even here you can see that there's like a glow, there's like a shining glow effect coming off the fish. I want that kind of effect on her, but in a way that feels like, I don't want it to be floating above her face or in front of her face. I need it to be like on her face. Or maybe I should just do it like a ray, like there's a gentle ray of light. I don't know. Let's just see if this works the way I imagine it will. Okay, let's do that, and then let's do... What would you compare the fish glow when it comes to light sources? It's like, it's just like a light bulb, like just a colored. I don't know actually. Like just like it's just a glowing fish. Like night-like strength. Nightlight. More like a subtle I don't know, maybe I can't really find the words. Just more like it's a gentle glow. I know that's not really helping me to describe it. But maybe the issue is that maybe just light doesn't just doesn't work that way. I think it's probably that. I think the case is that the light is not going to work the way I'm thinking it's going to work, because light just doesn't work that way. Like light is not going to have. You're not really going to have a gradient of light as on the same light source, right? But then couldn't you like? You could have a rainbow effect of light, like on top of somebody's face, right? Couldn't you? Like if my whole body was illuminated in rainbow light, wouldn't there be a gradient where at the top is one color, like red, and at the bottom it's like whatever is the bottom of the rainbow, right? Like, wouldn't there be? Yeah, I guess I'm just trying to get like a rainbow gradient of lighting on her, on top of her. I think this might work. If I just pop a blur on this. Why does it look so... Okay, I know what's going on. I need to just... Okay, I got it. I'm so stupid. I think this will work. Fuck, this doesn't matter. I should have done this from the beginning. Ooh, that was good timing right at the end of the song. Oh, what was that? Oh, you just raided. Oh, thanks for the raid. I forgot what sound that was. I'm like, wait, what? When my thing makes that sound, what does that mean again? Appreciate the raid. Because blue is a strong light, so it dominates the light blue. Green is stronger than light blue too. Red though gets overshadowed. Oh damn. Well, it sounds like you know way more about color than I do. Some fire music. Oh, thanks for that. Right now you're listening to Billy Hatcher and the Giant Egg, a very underrated, not very well-known game from Sonic Team, the creators of the Blue Hedgehog himself. No, I'm always looking at reference, you know. Yeah. It's to be fair, I should probably be looking at reference more. Thank you, appreciate that. Still got a lot of finishing touches to use. To do, I should say. I might not even do this rainbow thing. I just want to see how it looks. And then what we will do is... Oop, that's a bit of a mess. Why does that look weird? Screen. It's not overlay. Thank you. Thanks for the follow. I used to abuse my LED strips as a teen for that. Or LED strips, like red RGB on green wall turned pink. That sounds fun, actually. I probably would have done that as well if I had those when I was a kid. Very good artist. Appreciate that, Radium, and thanks for the follow. I think you're the one that followed, right? Appreciate that a lot. Maybe color dodge. This is kind of giving me the effect I'm looking for. but it's too strong. I'm gonna lighten it a bit later. I love a good art. Are you an artist too? Do you do any illustration stuff, or are you a it's not really your thing? Maybe color dodge, and then I can just lower it a bit. Maybe. Maybe I need to move it off a bit. Not sure. Well, I can't draw at all. I suck at it, but you can draw really good. I say, see, yeah, I'm okay. I'm more so. I need to just practice my coloring. Well, let me not say that. I need to. There's a lot of line art and anatomy and stuff that I need to work on, but the most pressing issue for me right now is that I'm not very confident when it comes to coloring. It's just not really. It's not as second nature to me as like other aspects of art, unfortunately. What's the reference to this drawing? No reference. I used a picture of myself as a reference. Wait, maybe I can show you actually. I think my room is way too messy. My room is a hot mess. This is the picture I used as reference. Oh my god, can I drag it in please? Okay, this is the picture I used as reference. I just used myself. And then I used, oh wait, no, it wasn't that one. It was this one. This one. That's, there we are. That's the reference. Holding my pretend fish in my extremely messy room. That is not a fish, correct. You, my friend, are very observant. It is indeed not a fish. I thought I would be able to trick you just for a moment. I thought if I pull it up quick, maybe they wouldn't notice that it's not a fish, you know? Too smart for me. I've been outsmarted. Okay, this is too bright. Way too bright, because right now it's like the light is coming out of her. Anywho, cut the sarcasm. The drawing looks really good, especially the big fish. Yeah, I'm proud of the fish actually, because I didn't draw. I mean, obviously I use reference too, but like the reference I used for the fish was just it wasn't a fish in this pose or this shape. I just looked at random fishes and I just put it together, and I like the. It's not very often that I'm proud of something that I've done, but I like the squishiness of the neck grab here. Feels very realistic or accurate to how the fat of the fish's neck would actually squish. Duratodus perhaps? Yeah, maybe. Duratodus deserves this treatment because what a shit monster. Maybe I need to cut this. Actually, it's gonna look too. That looks okay. Maybe I need to blur this a bit more now. Kind of. Maybe. What's the better water monster, Duratodus or Namio? Namio, 1,000,000%. Namio is actually a good design. Well, Geotortoise is not a horrible design, but Namio is like really, really well designed, I think. From the way she sounds, the way she fights, even just the facial features. She's like 4 different creatures in one. You know, yeah, Namio 1,000,000%. Plesioth. Listen, I think Plesioth is coming back in Wilds as well. I mean, to be fair, Plesioth has missed many, many games, but I do not miss Plesioth. Fucking one tail swipe just takes up the whole screen. You know what I mean, when he does the... I don't miss that. Or his hip check. Not even a hip check, just a body check. You have to roll away like 7 times to get out of his way. I did not hear of a Plesioth before, just since I didn't play any old games. So Plesioth is just some gigantic fish with legs. Don't forget Plesioth won't miss you either with his hip check. Yeah, that hip check is almost unblockable, undodgeable. No matter how many iframes you got. Good luck. Alright, let's fix this shadow, because the shadow is not popping the way it needs to be. And then I need to move on from this image. How do I want to do this? Maybe something like this. Maybe. Let's duplicate this for now. And then there was an Elder Dragon Fish Monster 2 though. How do you spell it again? Lagiacrus or Lagiacrus? But he wasn't. Lagiacrus is not an Elder Dragon. I think you mean Lagiacrus, unless you mean the end boss, Celadron. I don't remember the name. But yeah, no, Lagiacrus is not an Elder. Lagiacrus was the cover monster. He was the flagship. Like he was on the front cover of that game, but he wasn't an Elder. Not that it matters anyway. I think Monster Hunter needs to do a bit of a better job differentiating between Elder Dragon threats and regular monsters. Because it's like they make a big deal like Elder Dragons, the Elder Dragons. Don't you know? Elder Dragons. But then you fight the Elder Dragons and they're just regular fights, really. Like they're not. Oftentimes they're not that much harder than regular encounters. Like the only thing that stands out about them is that you can't capture them. But I think they need to do a bit more to make them more special. This music is so good. Oh yeah, this is a dope song. This is Sonic Adventure 1. Oh, you can see the title actually. Elder Dragon equals horse, yeah. Fucking Kieran. How do I want to do this? Yeah, I love this stage in Sonic Adventure. Sonic Adventure 1, just bangers after bangers. So many good music. I actually think the OST might be better than Sonic Adventure 2. No, that's not making sense. Commands? You mean like stream commands? I don't think I have any commands. Oh, you mean like for the music? I don't, because I haven't set up Streamabot. Because I play all my songs from YouTube. And I don't think there is a command to get what I'm currently playing from YouTube. I've looked into how to do it if you're using YouTube, and it is quite a lot of a... Oh, really? I think that might be because when I did a Monster Hunter event a while ago, and I had some commands set up. There are commands, I just don't have commands for my music. So the commands I do have is probably not going to be of any use to you, unfortunately. If you're if the command you're looking for is to get the song name, I do not have that set up. Mostly because I'm using YouTube and it's not as straightforward as if you use Spotify. Can I? Yeah, sure. You can give it a try. You can see what happens. I don't know. Do it for science. I don't know what's gonna happen. You can find a list of all commands here. All right, that's one. A link. Oh, it's a link to the commands. Oh, I didn't even know that. I'm a noob streamer. I like it here though, chill and nice music. Yeah, that's the goal. That's the one of the goals at least. Yeah, music is always going to be a big part. Because oftentimes I like listening to streams when I'm, working out or walking around. Unless the stream I'm listening to is about the conversation or it's like a debate, then it's better when there's no music. But if it's just chill stuff, then I like me a little bit of music. And I don't have to worry about copyright really, because literally all of my songs are from video games, and there's only a tiny handful of some tracks in some video games you might get flagged depending on, but it happens so rarely that it's just way safer. Shouldn't you be over here? By the way, do you know a lot about DMC5? I'm familiar with Devil May Cry, but I've actually never played. I've only played like 5 minutes of DMC3. That's a franchise that I never gave enough time to. I know I would like it. It's the kind of game that I normally like. But yeah, I just haven't played it. I'm like, why am I only dealing 50 damage per pellet with Fatalis? I did not get hit yet to activate my heroics. There you go, that's the power of the bowgun for you. Bowgun be bowgunning. Whoa, ooh, ooh, ooh. It's gonna work the way I imagine. No, I don't like that. AT Fatalis when there's a mod. Apparently there's a mod. There's a few mods that have like Crimson Fatalis and AT Fatalis and stuff. But I haven't heard I haven't heard many good things. I heard that they're designed to be hard, but not in a well-designed way. It's like very broken. I think so. I think there's a Art Tempered Fatalis mod, but I haven't heard any good things about it. It sounds like one of those mods that somebody made, but they just made it hard in a way that isn't fun. Like it's just one hit KO no matter what. Fatalis sneezes and then you explode. Or Fatalis coughs on you and you don't get caught one time, you get caught 2 times in one cough. Like just something stupid. So once I heard that, I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna play this. It's like Sekiro. Like Sekiro has 2 mods that are generally considered to be good. There's Sekiro Resurrection and Sekiro Long May the Shadows Reflect. But most people acknowledge that Sekiro Resurrection is a better mod because the difficulty is it's more in line with the developer's style. Like if the actual developers of Sekiro were to make a patch to make the game harder, what you have in Resurrection you could see it as that being what they might actually do. But the other mod, Long May the Shadows Reflect, it's just stupid. It's like, even by From Software standards, it's like masochistic difficulty, where you're talking bosses of like 3 life bars, 4 life bars, super punishing stuff. Like not only do you have to perfect guard them, but like they can poison you in 2 hits, or it's just, I can't describe how ridiculous it is. It's actually silly. So it's not even fun to overcome that mod, because it's like you might as well just play the game with one finger. That's how hard it is, you know. So I think the AT Fatalis thing is kind of like that, from what I've heard. The difficulty scaling is not designed in a way that is fun to play. Like, as hard as Fatalis is, it's still a fun fight. It makes you, like, you want to get better at it and defeat him eventually, right? That's how well designed it is. Okay, I think this is looking a bit better. I'm still putting myself through therapy and doing these ones. I mean, whatever therapy works, I guess. More power to you, my friend. I mean, they're not impossible to beat. There are some YouTube videos out there, but it's also the kind of ridiculous difficulty where it encourages you to break the game. Like, if you end up finding like an exploit, it's like, okay, fuck this shit. The game is not being fair to me. So now that I found this exploit, I don't give a fuck about being fair to the game. You made me into this kind of thing, you know. You made me do this by how horribly designed you are. I don't want to be that guy, but isn't fun subjective? Oh yeah, it is. Maybe fun is not a good word. Maybe I should fall back on just good design. Yeah, I shouldn't say that it's not a good mod because it's not as fun. What I should say is it's not a good mod because it's not well designed. Like, the intention of the mod is to make the game more difficult in a way that keeps you playing and makes you want to eventually overcome, right? That's the goal. Hard difficulty, but still engaging enough and still fair enough for you to get better and better and for you to eventually overcome. But what the mod ends up doing is that it's so ridiculous that it's imbalanced. Like, there's no... Oh man, I should load it up one day. I've got Sekiro installed, but I haven't installed that mod. I played the mod, but I just don't have it installed right now. It's hard to explain, but it's like it's designed in such a way that it basically, the goal for a difficulty mod, in my opinion, is to be balanced in such a way that it encourages you to get better and better until you can overcome. But the mod doesn't do that because it's poorly designed, basically. How about Fatalis breathes on you and you die, and he has 20 million HP and only 10 minutes? Yeah, something like that. Shit like that. Where it's like, in some cases, these developers would even admit that, okay, this is not actually well designed. We just made this mod because we love Sekiro and we just want to do some crazy shit and see if anybody can beat it. Kind of like that. Would you say mods are designed for a specific purpose? Some of them. The mods that I'm talking about are like a lot of the From Software games have difficulty mods. Well, a lot of games have difficulty mods, but the From Software mods, the difficulty mods for From Software games, like the Souls games, are even more so designed with purpose in mind, because a lot of the people who play the base game, they love the difficulty, they love the challenge. So when the mod comes around, the mods are designed to give people more of a challenge. Like, oh, you like a challenge, but you finish the game? Well, here's this mod. It's more challenging, and there's different kinds of challenges, right? So the balance with the here's a more challenging mod should be, it's challenging, but it's still, you can still you can still defeat it. You can still like overcome the challenge, even though it's more challenging. But there are some mods where it's like, we're not trying to make it challenging and fair. We just want to do some crazy shit and see who can actually beat it. But the actual design wise, it's not well designed. Oh, you're saying mod, but I think I would say it's DLC. Mod in my head. Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm not talking about DLC, because Sekiro, they didn't make a DLC for Sekiro. I'm talking about actual community mod. So Sekiro has 2 community mods, one called Sekiro Resurrection, and then one called Sekiro Long May the Shadows Reflect. The Resurrection mod, everyone agrees that it's a better design mod. But Long May the Shadows Reflect is just a crazy, like, masochist mode, basically. Like, oh, you like nails being thrown into your eyeballs and then twisted, and then lemon juice is poured in the middle while a rat is inserted into your mouth and the rat claws away at your organs. Oh, you like that? Play this mod. That's the kind of mod that it is. Do you watch Carl Jobs content? No, who's that? No, I haven't heard of that person. Carl Jobs. Who that be? Who that be? Okay, what was I doing? Can I? Oh man, I remember this remix. I used to rinse this. Nope. It's not working the way I thought it would. He mostly does speedrun stuff. He opens his vids with "You absolute legends." I don't think so. Does he? Wait. Did you hear about the Monster Hunter speed? The lady that did the blind. Does he like investigate speedruns? If he's the guy that investigates speedruns, like he reviews speedruns and tries to like find. Okay, yeah, okay. I know that person. I didn't know he does speedruns, but I've seen one of his videos. I'm gonna go for a bit. Probably gonna pop back later. Happy. Oh, thanks, man. Thanks for passing by, and thanks for the follow as well. Appreciate that. I only played one Souls-like modded Elden Ring Hardcore Unfair mod. Is that the name of the mod? At least they're not trying to bullshit you like Elden Ring Hardcore Unfair mod Explosion 7.5. You know. Have you played Convergence mod? The Elden Ring Convergence. I was playing that the other day actually. It's good. I think the issue I have with Elden Ring is that I get most of my enjoyment in the first playthrough. Like I play through it, you know, for me the enjoyment is the mystery and the discovery, the overcoming. But like Elden Ring is so long and so vast that even when the mod is good, I have a hard time going back to it for any long period of time because unless the mod has a lot of new stuff, it's hard for me to play it for too long. Even the bosses, imagine instead of Tree Sentinel, you have random mode. Yeah, randomizers can be fun. I think controlled randomizers are good, where it's like, it's not like any boss in the game can spawn anywhere. They have to control it to some degree. Because then you could have a giant boss that can only spawn in a huge arena, spawning in a little mud hut, and then the whole game breaks, right? So I think if there's a pool of bosses that can spawn in this area, that's when randomizers can be really, really cool. So there's a mod he spoke about, and I legit watched it last night. And from this take, I wanted to know what your thought on it. What is the mod? Which game? Which mod? can't blur this, right? The blur is gonna look really tacky. Tacky. And I could, but I don't like how. Yeah, I don't like the style of the blur. I think I just need to lower. It's for it's for Doom. It's for Doom. I can drop a voice note or jump on a call for a second. Explain. Okay. I had to. Yeah. You can jump on a call. I had to fight Melania with a tree sentinel in one of those cave dungeons. The sentinel you find in Farum. Oh, the one before you fight. The one before you fight Malekith. Yeah, that's great. That tree sentinel was quite hard. The dragon. I can't remember what it's called, but he's got like dragon. The red electricity thing or whatever. Yeah, he's quite hard. At least when I first played the game, it's quite hard. Okay, give me 5 minutes. Okay, text me, message me in the Twitch chat when you're ready, because I won't see the. Wait, I should see the note. Now that I mention it, now that I think of it, why am I? Yeah, just message me in Twitch chat when you're ready. I'm gonna head out for now. I'm gonna be lurking though. Thanks for that. Appreciate the lurk. Enjoy the rest of your day, and I hope your seasonal feelings, depression stuff doesn't stick around for too long. Hang in there. We hanging in there. Maybe this should be. Yeah. Why am I not liking this chest fade? Why does it feel so... It just feels too strong. Maybe it's just me. I think I've been looking at this for too long. I think it's just me. Subtract. Multiply, subtract. I think multiply looks a bit better. Ready? Okay. Discordo. Make sure I mute that. Calling. Hey, yo, yo.
1 2 1 2.
Yep, sound coming through pretty well. Yeah, what's this about the mod thing, the Doom thing?
Yeah. I'll try my best to relay,
Yeah,
like as clear as I can, because I don't play Doom, but
yeah, same.
I watch. I've started. Well, I on and off watch a lot of like speedrunning things because I think speedrunning is probably the most impressive gaming.
Yeah, super, pretty cool.
Yeah. So there's a Doom mod, and the Carl Jobs video was showing a speedrunner who found a way to do it and then kind of tried to do it in the fastest time.
Yeah.
But from the video, I'm not sure if anyone else tried to do it. So he's kind of like the best by default because no one else has attempted this mod. That's how like crazy it is.
Oh, what is it, like a difficulty mod?
No, well,
Oh.
I think it was designed to be unbeatable,
Okay.
and then someone beat it.
Oh shit.
So there's, I think everyone knows like the premise of Doom,
Yeah.
like the original Doom, right? So there's 2 rooms, and in total there's like 10,500 monsters. But it's just a room. There's no like puzzles or like walls to peek around, and there's not enough ammo. So everyone just assumed that this is just a stupid mod that isn't worth trying. It got like to be the most popular mod apparently, because it was
Because
so
everyone's
crazy.
trying to find a way.
Yeah, and there's this one guy who spent a month doing this, trying to complete it. But the reason it took a month, because normally when you hear a month, you're like, oh, that's like because he's trial and error in it, right?
Yeah.
This took him a month because the technique was basically there's friendly fire in the game, so monsters can kill other monsters.
Yeah.
So what he would do is he would make these set of monsters that had homing missiles in one room. He would have to basically slowly walk to the other room when all of them shot their missiles.
Yeah.
But he had to go around in a circle to get everyone to shoot him, make them follow to go into the other room, right? Basically, it took 23 days because the frame rate dropped to 2 frames per second.
When he would like train bring the other monsters into the room.
Yeah, the
shit.
frame rate would drop because of all the bazookas. So he made a TAS. You know,
Wait, is
like
this
the
Doom?
sort
Is this the new, not new Doom, but not the old
First
Doom, right?
Yeah, the first Doom. Old Doom.
Oh, like the Super Nintendo? Was that what was Doom on?
I think
Was
it
that Sega
PC, no?
Saturn? Oh, PC. Oh, okay. The whole time you said Doom, I thought you were talking about the more recent versions of Doom.
Oh no, this is Doom 1993. It came out.
Oh, shit,
Is it on
okay.
console? It might be on console. But
Right.
yeah, the frame rate. He did a test because obviously you do a test for speed runs to see if it's feasible before you try and attempt it, right? So he let the test run for 23 days straight
That's wild.
because the frame rate dropped to 2 frames per second.
And then he pulled that off. Did he pull this off in a like an event, like a speed run event?
No, he did it at home.
Oh,
Yes,
so
did
the
it at
speed run is 23 days basically.
Yeah, the speed run.
shit.
Well, the task part was 23 days. Then when the missile started hitting the monsters, it sped up. Obviously, the frame rate started to come back to normal. So he did it again as the run. So in the run, he did the task. But the first time he did the task, it was just it was the theory of it, right? So when he got them into the room, then he couldn't use the task because he had to manually get the missiles to hit the enemies. And that's with the variable frame rate dropping. So from 2 back to 60.
Right.
And he basically said, that was a month of my life I'm never going to get back. And I don't think it was worth it.
Oh damn.
But he's a proper speedrunner. Like he's done actual, like legit speedruns.
But
So
like, did you just do it because you just wanted to see if it's possible? I guess that just for science, right?
I guess that is undistinguishable to OCD. But yeah, I guess
Yeah.
so. Like, it is a case of like, oh, I think this is doable. But so I think some people were like, it's useless in my mind. I have to figure out if it's doable now, like practically. No matter the cost, which is a crazy electric bill from what I can think.
That's wild.
Because after the tax, he had to do that manually, and the speed run takes, I think it was 5.5 hours, but to record it took him 24 days, because of the frame rate thing. He can't get over the frame rate bit. So I was gonna ask, do you think that's a good mod or not?
Well, I think it goes back to the intent, right? Like, it sounds like the intent of that mod was for it, like you said, it was meant to be unbeatable. So I think, what's that? I think, let me think. If a mod is truly designed to be unbeatable, I think it can be fine, because by saying this mod is designed to be unbeatable, you're obviously going to create a wave of people that are like, well, fuck that, I'm going to be the one to beat it. So I think when it comes to like creating a community or creating a moment that everybody rallies behind, I think that is the interesting part about making a mod like that. But when we say the mod is like if it's functionally unbeatable to the point where it's like, it's impossible to beat because of a bug, because even if you do it, the victory screen doesn't show up because of some crazy bug, or it's literally unbeatable because the game is programmed for you to not be able to beat it. Like, in that case, then it's stupid, because it's like, why bother? But if it's just meant to be unbeatable in the sense of it's very, very, very hard, and then it creates a community of people that try to beat it, I think that's fine.
Okay, with the bug situation, I think that's fair. But if I was a speedrunner, I'd be like, oh, well, then I just unbug. I have to find a way to unbug it, no? I feel maybe I'm giving speedrunners too much credit, but there is, if there's a mod or a speedrun, they can't have the expectation like this isn't doable. But I'm not a speedrunner. I would have just assumed that would be their kind of mindset, right?
You mean the mindset of the mod developer?
No, of the speedrunners or the players, the people trying to do, like, I would think people that play the like Souls games and stuff, there is difficulty. The difficulty in it is that most people think it can't be done. I would feel like that would be the motivation. So even if it is a bug where it's like, oh, the victory screen at the end doesn't happen, a speedrunner or a completionist would be like, there has to be a way to get that screen up. I have to do a very specific thing to get the screen up. Like, I think about Mario, or the old Mario, like 64, or Link, Zelda, where they're clipping through walls. Like, can't be, that wasn't intentional. That is a bug or a glitch, but they found a way around it, sort of thing.
Oh yeah, I see what you mean. But I guess maybe a more extreme example would be, let's say there's a mod for a very hard boss, but like the mod has programmed it in a way where, you know, like when you play cheats, like when you download a cheat, like a God mode cheat. Let's say the mod gives the boss God mode, which essentially means that the boss cannot die. Like so, I think in that world, obviously the speedrunner will still be like, there must be a way where, okay, maybe I don't need to fight the boss. Maybe there's like a crazy glitch with, if I stand on this rock for 5 minutes and then do a pose, and then that somehow deactivates the God mode, now I can kill it. Like, I guess that would happen because they'll find a way. But I think if the question is, what do I think of those mods? I think if the mod is, here is the mod, the boss is in God mode, the boss literally cannot die, I think that kind of mod is kind of just, it's just not really creative or interesting, because sure, somebody's going to try and work around and stand on a rock to deactivate God mode. But if the developer is intentionally designing it in a way where the boss cannot die, like it can't even, it's not that it's too hard to kill, but it's impossible to die, I think that's, I don't think that's a good mod design. But any mod where it's like, we're just making this boss mad hard, you can still be killed, but we're just making it really hard, I think that's more interesting than the former.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, even though I agree with you, even in the case where the boss has God mode, there's still going to be someone or some people that will be like, oh, there must be a way. But I think what you'll find is that in the case of the God mode boss, there's going to be a lot less people trying to kill that boss versus the people who are trying to kill the mod where it's very, very, very hard, like masochistically hard, but it doesn't have God mode. You know, people are going to gravitate towards that mod more, I think.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think the majority would go to the very, 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 very hard versus you're not designed to ever finish this.
Yeah.
And you would get few people going into the you're not designed to finish this, thinking there obviously is a way, you're just making it very hard for us to find. Because if you made, I can't think of a reason to make a mod that isn't completable.
Yeah, that's the same. Yeah, I don't really understand why. Yeah.
Unless you're a troll, I don't know. Unless you're a troll and I guess if you're lying and you're saying, oh, this is very hard, but you've designed it not to ever be completed.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, but then obviously that's intention, so you can't really judge that one. If they're saying you can do it, but mechanically they've made it so you never can, then yeah, I guess that's a bit different.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a tricky one, but yeah, for the most part, I'm generally quite favorable on mods because I think that the way that mods extend the lifespan of a game is really, really, really cool. There's a lot of games I would have put down a long time ago had it not been for the mod. So I think that's always cool.
I didn't know there was mods for games like that, for like Dark Souls, Demon Souls.
Oh yeah. The main site to go to is there's a site called Nexus. Like for all mods that are PC games, there's a site called Nexus Mods. That's where you can go. Like any game that's on a PC that you like, there's probably some mod for it. Obviously, it depends on the bigger community of the original game, then the more modders is going to be, and typically the more talented modders you're going to find. Like the Souls, all of the Souls games, they've been around for a long time, and many people play it. So the chances of somebody who is a mod who actually has, good programming skills, good implementation skills, good knowledge of the engines that the game developers use, you're going to find way more mods for more popular games like that, basically. That's why Elden Ring, Dark Souls 3, Sekiro, like, they have really amazing mod communities. But then some other games might not have as much support because the player base is just not as big.
I had no idea. Even with like the speedrunning stuff I watch, it's not normally mods. It's normally the base game, but with different like criteria. Like there was another one I watched where it's like a Mario speedrun, but you're not allowed to jump. That kind of thing.
I see. Yeah. I think those kind of events. I mean, mods are typically not really for speedruns. It's more so like for the individual who just wants to have a different experience with the game. But yeah, you're right. For speedruns, it's like what you said, like the limitations or just the regular base game, like glitching through walls and shit. Like there's a bunch of From Software like Souls game speedruns too. And they do all of that shit, like, you do this in this area, and it actually teleports you to like 50% through the game, and then you go from there. I don't know. Apparently, a lot of those skips, I think those skips are amazing as well because, like, what does it take for somebody to find these skips? I don't know what kind of juju sorcery these people are doing to be able to find these skips. But like, apparently, a lot of these skips exist because they are like when the developers are making the game, they program skips so that they can get to certain parts of the game to test it out. And then a lot of those skips they remain in the game. So these players are finding skips that are actually put in there a lot of the time by the developers as like debug mode, like debug features so that the testers can get around easily. Because a lot of the time the tester, if you're playing the game, let's say you're playing a game on a console, unless the game tester has like a specific build or a specific a specific dev kit where they have access to a specific build of the game, then they can like use the dev kit and be like, activate this mode or take me to this part of the game 10 hours in so I can test this thing. They usually don't have that, so they'll have a console version, and then the developers will be like, okay, if you want to skip to level 10, go to this tree, stand in this spot, this specific pixel, and then like use your Dragonfire attack, and then it will teleport you to level 10. But so it stays in the game, and then these speedrunners somehow are able to find it. I don't know what they're smoking.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't even know that part about it. That they used it. It makes sense. They're using it to like for dev, instead of giving people dev kits. They're like, just do this, and then you can get to this stage without doing those. That makes sense. But yeah, like you said, for the most part, the ones that I've seen, they've been found. It's not like they've been like a crazy like WikiLeaks, like, oh, this is the mountain you have to go to as link to, find Mordor or some shit like that. It's normally someone's just come across it. And like you said, I think that's the most insane thing about speedrun is like, why would you even try that? That's the insane part. What possessed you to try this thing that probably works like 99? It doesn't work 99% of the time, but you just happen to walk backwards and triple jump when Saturn's moons were in orbit, and then you went through, like you clipped through. I think
it's quite crazy.
They're slightly. I don't know if it's creativeness or stubbornness.
There's probably some autism there as well, or there's probably some kind of like, I don't know if autism is the right thing, but you know how, there's some like disorders that allow people to flourish in very hyper-specific areas. I think it's one of those things. It might be autism or some form of OCD or something, but I imagine it would have to be along the lines of something like that for somebody, because imagine the time it takes, right? And the repetition needed to recreate the situation in a high pressure. I'm sure you've seen like games done quick, like some of those big speed run events where they got to do it on the spot, high pressure scenarios, right? So I think it takes a certain kind of mind to be able to do that. And it wouldn't surprise me if the mind behind that could be a mind where it's like, actually in the regular world this is a problem, but in this world it's actually not. It helps you.
A non-typical mind.
Yeah, there you go.
A non-average mind.
Non-average mind. That's like probably the kindest sequence of words to put it. Non-average.
I think it should be praised as I would say it's a better mind to see a problem and be like, there has to be a solution.
Yeah. No, for sure.
But yeah, I know what you're saying. I think there's I guess it's a spectrum of autism where it's just like hyper focus, not focus. It's fixation. That's it. Hyper fixation on things. So you see something, and you're like, I have to know everything about it.
Yeah. And I think there's plenty of times in a person's life where that trigger in your head to say I have to know everything about it. Like there will be many times in life where that way of thinking is not only good, but it's better or it's needed, right? Like I guess like a scientist or a doctor or there's going to be many jobs in this world where you need, if we want the best of the best in that field, we need a mind like that. But then there will be plenty of times where we don't want or need a mind like that.
It just depends. I was thinking because I think next year I'm going to start streaming a bit more, and I wanted to do the kind of not reaction streaming, but topics, because that's what I kind of find most interesting about fighting games, mostly about fighting games.
Yeah.
But you obviously have that stigma. I don't know if it's an intelligent stigma where people are like, oh, this guy cares too much. And it's like, okay, fair enough. It's, I don't know what, nerdy to talk about it, but you guys are playing it. And you're also in training mode for like hours upon hours, practicing, you're grinding, you're training, you're looking up YouTube videos, looking at like wikis, and you're not in a position because you're not good enough to win money. So who's actually the weirdo here? The person who is spending time talking about it, or the person grinding for no reward? Well, nothing but self-gratifying. Like, you don't get any money because you're not going to be good enough to win, right?
Yeah.
And I was thinking, what is it that makes people think that debates aren't cool? When I feel I'm like, what's it called? It's called it's what's that thing that guy does? The street epistemology. That's the one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like.
Wait, you mean evangelism? Wait, you mean?
No. There's a guy called Michael Magnabosco, and he does like street epistemology, where he basically just goes up to people and goes like, what do you believe and why? And he basically keeps asking the why part. Like, why do you think that?
I see.
And epistemology is like the inquiring why people think things or why they believe things, or and I think not just debates. I think debates are that, but people don't like that part. I feel I don't know why, I feel the only time people like debates or people proving points is when they're putting down someone else. So kind of like blood sports, when someone's going, like, you know how it is with something like Flat Earth.
Yeah.
Like everyone cares about those debates when the flat earthers getting pointed at and like everyone's laughing at them, sort of thing.
Right.
But with normal like debates, with like two sides that are reasonable, people are like, oh, you're just you know, like the debate bro.
Yeah.
Who cares? But it's like, well, you should care. Like logic, well, not logic. Finding truth should be the most important thing probably in anyone's life. I can't think of someone who wouldn't want to know truth.
But I mean, I think it's one of those things where we say that, but in it's one of those things where it's like, on paper, the answer to that, what you just said, is yes, but in practice, oftentimes it's just not, right? Like there's a reason why we have the ignorance is bliss saying, right? Because there is a lot of truth to it. Like oftentimes not knowing a thing or being comfortable not knowing a thing is more comfortable for a lot of people. And so sometimes the desire to find truth, no matter how much you got to wrestle for it, for some people it's just overly stressful or taxing or not worth, like the juice isn't worth the squeeze, as some people say. So even though I agree, I think it just depends on the kind of mind that you have, right? Like I think somebody like yourself and to some extent myself as well, we would fully % agree that oftentimes the pursuit of truth is one of the most important things ever. But I also do understand why there are a lot of people in this world who they either don't believe that or they don't care. They just don't think truth is as important, or the desire to find the truth isn't as important as just living comfortably or being happy and things like that. And the reason why I think it's quite true is because is oftentimes where, like, even when you obtain certain truths, it might not mean that your life is better or happier or more comfortable. Like oftentimes it could just stress you out even more or frustrate you that you know this true thing and you look out your window and you see all these bozos living their life not knowing this true thing, and then it just kind of fills you with I don't know whether to say regret or frustration, and that's not a healthy place to be either.
That is true. Seeing the lack of knowledge in people when they're just happy, they seem happier than you.
Yeah.
And they don't know.
Yeah.
I get that bit. I think maybe it's because the people. So you get the people, like you said, where the ignorance is bliss. But you also get the people that have an opinion, but they will never want to hear it defended or scrutinized.
Right.
Which I think is the majority of people. I think the ignorance is bliss people is a minority. I could be wrong. I think that's the minority, but most people care about they care about truth indirectly. So they have a perception or like a worldview or whatever, and it's like this is it. It's sort of like Fresh and Fit. They have a worldview, right? But obviously they do debate Myron debates.
Yeah.
To be fair,
Fresh definitely does not debate, or he tries to, but yeah, good luck.
It never quite lands. By the time he did it to Sneeko.
Was that when he asked him why you always bring up when he was talking to him about when he said why do you always bring up Jew stuff, like stuff about Jewish people? Okay.
Yeah, he was talking about he was giving bad advice. So I don't know if that's the argument. That's kind of him just pointing out something that other people didn't, which is still a good thing to do. But yeah, debating wise, he's not the guy, which is fine. You can't.
Different strengths.
I mean, that's why you're a duo.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Fresh and.
That's why you're a duo. But you have people that have that ideology, but will never hear their side scrutinized. I think they're the people I'm talking about. They're the ones that mock like debate and argumentation and shit like that. Where I'm like, surely you would want to. This is all coming back to like fighting game players, because fighting game players are nerds. Like inherently, they are nerds. And beyond like tier lists and whatnot, which are in every game, when it comes to two people talking about that, they're like, oh, we don't care. But it's like you do care. You just don't want the tool. It feels like they don't want the tools to get to the right answer. They're happy having their answer, regardless of if it was well thought out or not.
Yeah, like they're happy not being challenged, right? Which is quite, I would say it's quite a human thing, right? You know, like being afraid, because to some extent you could say that the part of the reason why they don't care is because they're secretly actually afraid that they may be wrong, and then if they're wrong, they now have to exert effort to now reallocate their worldview or their position, right? And a lot of people just don't want to do that, and you can find that in many areas of life, right? Especially in things like religion and stuff, right? Like if somebody, one of the greatest reasons why somebody might not want to engage in a religious debate or a debate between a religious person and an atheist is because on both sides, if one person is wrong, the need to now change your entire worldview can be quite scary to a lot of people, right? And I think it's quite understandable, because if that's like, what do I do? Well, I mean, you say, what do I do now? But the answer is, okay, well, just adopt the new worldview. But even that is it's not difficult because it's hard to do. It's difficult because of what it means and how many things need to change because of that new knowledge. And I think that's what you're talking about. Like people saying, oh, I don't care about this thing. Why do you care? Or it's not a big deal. I think they're just secretly coping because they're afraid that they could be wrong.
Yeah, I think with I'm trying to think of anything that is maybe political stuff as well, where it is a case of I've kind of put myself in this box where it's too scary to come out now. It's like cabin fever.
Right, like, for sure.
Yeah. I think that I understand where you might feel like you have to start again with your like process of life because everything you believe is wrong, blah, blah, blah. I think with like things below religion and politics, it isn't that scary. Yeah. It's not that scary for someone's mind to be changed about this character's top tier. When someone breaks down like, no, even by your metric, blah, 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 this is better, so you can't believe that. But where people are so stubborn, they won't do it. But I think the problem, well, I think is a problem because, again, logic, bro, whatever. I think for fighting game players or even like gamers, they mocking debate and arguments seems counterproductive to what they want to do.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm just being biased.
But how many of these people, I guess you would say they're the majority of people, right, that are mocking. Wait, what kind of debate are these fighting game people mocking? Like what kind of topics?
Just the words. I've been in streams. I've been in like a few streams where I'm either going to say a different point of view or it's set up as a debate. There was only like one or two where I've done that, where it was about a character in Guilty Gear Strive. Should he be nerfed, basically? And I was like, yeah, he should be nerfed because of this. Oh, no, sorry, I was on the no, don't nerf him part. And obviously you've got, it's annoying because it's kind of, oh, you're just Ben Shapiro, like,
is that what they said to you?
Yeah, because obviously when someone wants something nerfed, I can always go, well, you feel that this character's strong, like you can't do with him, but players have already done this, right?
Yeah.
If it was the case that this character won every tournament, fair enough, but we've seen people beat him, so it's your feelings that is too strong. So yeah, you get the Ben Shapiro thing, and I was like, okay, you don't even have to like Ben Shapiro, but what's wrong with that statement?
Right, exactly.
Because they're just mocking debate, right? Because they don't want to hear anything other than the feeling part of. That's what I came thinking from it. Like, you're mocking it because you haven't got a rebuttal, but you're belittling me for pointing out that you're acting on feelings and I'm acting on like paper facts. Like, this character's not winning everything. They can't be at the point where they should be nerfed. But I feel that's I don't even think that's in fighting games. I feel most people mock debate. No, do you not think so?
Yeah, no, most, especially in the political circles. But I think I think a lot of this comes down to just the circles that you're in, or because there are a lot of circles that do enjoy debate, right? Like for example, the people who are really into the Modern Day Debate channel, right? Is that what it's called? Modern Day Debate channels like that, or like big podcasts where they bring in. They have an episode where the point of the episode is two people that disagree, and then they they have a discussion, right? Like maybe the podcast origin is not about debate, but maybe there's a particular issue, a particular episode. Maybe something happened on Twitter. There was a back and forth, and then they say, you know what? Let's go on the next episode of your show and let's hash it out online. And then in the comments of a lot of those videos, you'll see a lot of positive stuff, especially if there was some kind of positive result at the end. But I think I do agree that you do get a lot of people that seem to be fighting against debate or saying that it's useless and stuff. But I would wager that there's almost an equal amount of people that are there's also an equal amount of people on the other side. You just have to navigate and be in circles where that is the case. But I do agree with you in the world of fighting games. It does seem to be the case that debating on this level is not as common or not as enjoyed by the fighting game community. And then the moment you do dive into it in fighting games, you get what you've been receiving, right? But there are other areas that are not fighting games where this kind of discussion is welcome. Even among different gaming fandoms, maybe FGZ stuff just seems to be the kind of fandom that's not really about that. But then there's other fandoms where Souls series and the kind of people that play Souls games, or maybe the kind of games that they are, this kind of debate is more welcome, or these kinds of debates. And I'm sure this would happen in other games. Maybe these 5 genres over here, they're like FGC stuff, they don't like debates, but then these 5 genres over here, it's more so welcome. So I think basically that's just a long way of saying I think it's a lot of the time a matter of the kind of people in these communities, or the kind of sorry, let me say, not just the people, but the kind of community that the game fosters. Some games foster this kind of discussion more so than other games. Like MMOs. If you're talking about MMOs or like, card games and stuff like that, these are the kind of games where this kind of level of discussion is more, not only is it more welcome, but it's more common.
I guess so. I mean, I'm trying to think. Because obviously I'm very much only really in fighting games.
Yeah.
I watch content creators of other stuff, like I was saying about the Marvel Snap. A lot of the Marvel Snap content creators played Hearthstone, and a lot of them playing like Pokemon at the moment. And a lot of their sentiment is, oh, this character's bad, but no one's ready to have this conversation.
Yeah.
But if all the content creators are saying that, are you not saying you're not ready to have this conversation as well, right? If no one's ready, that includes you, like the person saying that thing. Where it's this case of, you're probably right. It might be fighting games are particularly, I don't even know what kind of culture it is to be anti, or maybe not anti. No, actually, no, I will say anti because they mock. I think to mock something, you are against it. So to mock it is weird. But yeah, maybe I just need to go into other communities. But
or just like if you find the fighting game people that are interested in that, just kind of keep them around, I guess, or maybe if they have more friends or circles that are like that. But yeah, I think this may be a limitation of the genre, kind of shoehorning you into not being able to find as many people that are as like-minded just because of how the genre is, So yeah, it's a tricky one.
Yeah, you're probably right. I think what I wanted to do next year is, like I said, run the tournaments for specific games, and then
Wait, you're running tournaments as well? I thought you were just commentating.
No, well, how I got into commentating was I ran my own tournament, so I didn't have to ask anyone to jump on stream and commentate.
Ah, okay.
I was kind of my own boss sort of thing. So yeah, I did solo commentary for like a year.
Yeah.
And then I started going on other people's streams and going to events. Yeah. I started by running my own tournaments, so I think I'm going to do that again for probably Hunter x Hunter when that drops. And
when is that coming out?
Hunter x Hunter, it got delayed, so I think they said it was meant to come out like January sort of time, but then they delayed it by a few months, so maybe July.
What's the excitement levels for that game? Because last time I looked, it doesn't look like it's going to be that great. It looks pretty, I don't know, but
people don't like it.
Because
this is one of the things I want to talk about when it came out. People don't like that and 2XKO because they're saying, oh no, not another game with active tag.
Active tag, like the Marvel Infinite tag, right?
Exactly. But I said to them, the people that I tweeted, like, you guys say you don't like this mechanic, but you can never describe it.
Oh,
And
wait,
no one said
do
anything.
they not? Is that not what they say? When they say active tag, is that not what they mean? Or what?
They say Marvel Infinite, but it's not Marvel Infinite. It's more like Cross Tekken, which is different. And then people were describing, active tag is when one character's doing an attack and then the second character does something. I was like, so a DHC. That means Marvel 3 has an active tag.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, so they're limiting what active tag, like they don't have a full scope of it, or people have different definitions. I thought when you say active tag, as someone who's not, I mean, I'm definitely in the FGC, but as somebody who's never seen these back and forths, I thought active tag is a mechanic where the tag feature, the person coming in, the person who is about to go out is not fully out of the match, even when the person coming in has entered. Like there's a moment where the person who did the tag is momentarily active, and then there's a moment where the full swap happens. I thought, is that not?
I think, because that would not be an DHC. A DHC wouldn't fall in that criteria.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that is closer. I don't have a definition. I just say what you guys don't like, you're hiding behind the buzzword of active tag. Like, if you don't like what you just said, then that's fine. But saying active tag when there's so many different types, because there's like Marvel active tag is the point character does a move, then you bring in the assist character. But Hunter x Hunter is you call your assist, then you make them your point character. They're very different tag systems.
So you can call the assist but then you can choose to make them the point. Like you can just choose to do an assist and then they go, or you can assist and then swap in.
Exactly, yeah. Okay. So that's nothing like the Marvel one. So it's like when they said, another active tag game like Marvel, I'm like, but they're different. They're so different. So it's just the buzzword that you don't like. That isn't cool assist and go away. That's what I want to talk about, but no one's going to want to talk about that because I don't think they can define it.
Are people saying this about 2X? I still can't believe they called it 2XKO. Are they people saying that about? But doesn't 2XKO have a bunch of different ways, kind of like the groove system, right? I thought they have a bunch of different ways to engage the tag.
But so they've all got the call assist, make that the point character. They all have that, but one of the grooves is that you can go back. So you can call assist, make them the point, then the new assist character can be put back on point before they go off screen. Okay. Yeah, so they've got, and obviously it's 2v2 as well. So there's another dynamic of two players individually controlling each character. But yeah, they said that when the trailer dropped for Hunter x Hunter having active tag, they were like, we're having 2 games this year with active tag. Like, this is taking over. And I was like, I went into debate mode.
Yeah. I think some people, there's a word for people that like, when people are like getting overly worried or concerned, but it's not actually as big of a deal as they think. I can't remember what the phrase is, but it sounds like that. But yeah, it seems like, but maybe this issue wouldn't be as present if you were, let's say you had more, let's say you did stream or you did more, and then your audience and your reach grows more and more. I think you will end up having an audience or meeting people who are more in line with what you're trying to do. Because when I think of people like, I don't know, do you sometimes watch Brian F?
Yeah.
I think that
every now and again.
I think that he seems to be quite similar, where he's a lot more welcoming. Even Sajam, I think, to a certain degree. I think people like Sajam and Brian F are more welcoming of these kinds of not even contentious, but just they will throw themselves into the line of fire when it comes to engaging in a topic that may rustle some feathers, right? Especially in regards to, like, this has been happening a lot when people are talking about the CPT and the system and the way that the DLC characters are clearly designed to be, or seem like they're designed to be stronger, and then they nerf them over time or whatever. Like, these two individuals seem to be more in line with that kind of debate. But then you have people like Yipes, who's not He's not really that kind of person. He's a kind of just fun, super happy, very great, fun commentator. But when it comes to like actual nitty gritty debating these kinds of things, he's not going to be at the forefront of that. Maybe it's just because just the type of person that he is. But I think when you look at people like Brian F and Sajam, I think there's probably other people like that. I think that tells me that there are people who welcome this kind of thing. You just have to cast a wider net to be able to reach more of those people. Because I imagine that people that watch a lot of Brian F and Sajam are likely to be more like-minded with the content creators. Because typically you watch content creators and you watch them because they're similar to you, or you become similar to them as you watch them in terms of the interests and stuff.
I think I sort of agree with you in terms of those two, like Brian F and Sajam. They are about. I think they like topics and they like expressing their opinion, and they can meticulously explain how they come to that conclusion, which I think is good. But because they're on a clout pedestal, like no disrespect, but they are, right? They're just so high up. Most of the people that are following them are just going to agree, and they're so high up. There's no one equal to fight with or go against. And I think that's the problem, because even if I ever got lucky enough to have that much clout, I wouldn't want it purely because of the echo chamber that you are making by default. I don't think you cannot make an echo chamber when you get that big. People are just going to agree with you because of your track record, maybe from being right 2 or 3 times in the past. I don't want that.
But I think that will happen only if you don't manage that from the very beginning. Like if you let's say that the god of clout bestows you with clout, and he says this clout is I'm gonna sprinkle clout on you, and over the next 6 months, like between now and 6 months time, you are gonna be clouted up. But you have a 6 months period to prepare your community for this clout, right? So what you would probably want to do is from the very beginning, you would want to foster the kind of behavior that you want your community to have, and by doing that, like you would have debates on stream. You would show yourself to them, conceding on points, agreeing, disagreeing. You would show the spectrum of the kind of behavior you want, and then what would end up happening is that you would more likely have a community that reflects your views. Case in point, maybe not as much lately, but there are some, like if you compare Hassan Piker's community versus Destiny's community, right? Like even though DGG can be pretty wild at times, generally speaking, when Destiny does some wild shit, they usually call him out. Or, you've seen him debate with so many people from his audience. And the only way you get there is if you foster the kind of community that is welcoming of that kind of mentality. Or if you foster the kind of community that is even willing or brave enough to push back, right? Whereas some other communities, nobody wants to push back because they're going to feel like the odd one out. But in some communities, there's not a feeling of, oh, I don't disagree with this content creator here, but let me not say anything because I don't want to get downvoted into the Reddit shadow realm. So I think it's just a matter of like having the intentional purpose of this is the kind of community you want to have by the end of it. So you just got to build it brick by brick, and over time it will happen. Maybe it will be a smaller community overall compared to like the Maximilians and the I don't know, other content creators and stuff, but I fully believe it's possible.
I don't think but again, I am very out of the loop. Like I've never been on the Reddit. I haven't got like an account or anything.
You don't use Reddit?
Nah, I fully just don't use. I literally only use Twitter.
Do you wait, why do you have you not, so you never even tried Reddit?
I've seen the pages, so if I've typed in, oh, how do you do this, it will take me to a Reddit page. I've never typed in Reddit, anything like that.
Okay, I'm glad you said that. You should, speaking of debates and stuff, and speaking of in the realm of fighting games, you should go on the Street Fighter Reddit, because I've seen these kinds of good discussions on the Street Fighter subreddit. Like somebody said, there was a post, I think somebody recently on the Street Fighter subreddit was like, honest, like the name of the thread was something like, honest question, but I just don't, why do people say Punk is so good? I'm just not seeing it. I don't really like him as a person. I think he's arrogant. Like, why is he heralded as like such a great player? And there's a lot of comments, and people are actually having a good back and forth, and people are giving actual reasons why Punk, hate him or not, or hate him or love him, these are the reasons why he's considered to be a solid player, and they're actually giving good information and stuff like that. And then there are people who disagreed and said, well, I think this other player does this thing better, and then now you have a debate. I'm not saying that the Street Fighter subreddit is like the pinnacle of like FGC debates, but I think probably what you're running into is that if Twitter is your main platform, you, my friend, unfortunately, have picked the wrong platform. Did you ever watch Game of Thrones?
Nah, I never watched Game of Thrones.
No. Oh no, there's a great scene in Game of Thrones where do you know the characters though?
I've heard of some of them. There's a guy called the Mountain or something.
Okay.
Is that Game of Thrones?
Yeah. Do you know the guy Tyrion? There's like a dwarf character named Tyrion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Damn, I wish you saw it. Anyway, there's a scene. There's a famous line where Tyrion says to another character, "If you're looking for justice, you've come to the wrong place," right? And I think this is hand in hand with the situation you're in. If you're looking for FGC, like good faith debates, if you're on Twitter, if you're looking for that on Twitter, you've come to the wrong place. Whereas Reddit, not to say that Reddit is the bastion of all high and mighty good knowledge and stuff, but the kind of platform that it is, it's more so designed to foster that kind of communication way more than Twitter.
Okay.
So I would fully, if this is something you want to try and create or think about in the future or even now, you must use Reddit. This is it's unacceptable that you're not using Reddit.
I use Discord.
No.
Discord.
Nah. Well, I'm not saying you have to trade one off. You can use Discord. Discord is actually fine as well. Like if you didn't use Discord, I would say yeah, you should get on Discord as well. But I think Reddit is good because you really can tailor. I mean, you can do it on Discord as well, but you're just gonna have more users on Reddit because it's so big, and the amount of subreddits that there are, you can really tailor the kinds of discussions or the kinds of people you want to interact with. Whereas Discord can sometimes be a bit crazy, especially if it's like everything's voice. Well, not everything, but some things are voice, some things are text. And Reddit has more of the karma system, so it kind of encourages people to try and be a bit more reasonable and speak, not shit on people for no reason or whatever. Reddit definitely has its problems, but yeah, if this is something you're considering, 1000%, it's time to get on Reddit.
I mean, yeah, I'll try it. I just didn't want. I think, obviously, Twitter is mud. It's playing in the mud. I fully accept that. But
mud.
The good thing with Twitter is you cannot be in an echo chamber. Like, unless you literally go out your way and start blocking people, which I've never done. I've never blocked anyone or banned anyone from my feed, even if I disagree with it. That's kind of what I like. Where I think with a subreddit, like you said, you get those individuals, but it's a good type of cherry picking, but you are cherry picking.
Sure, but then you just go to another subreddit, right? Like there will be multiple subreddits for the same topic, right? There's going to be multiple different kinds of like atheism subreddits or debate subreddits or politics subreddits. So you can the way to get through that would just be to just go to a different subreddit if you ever feel like it's starting to be too much of an echo chamber.
Okay. I mean, yeah, I've not got work tomorrow, so I can make an account tomorrow.
Yeah.
And then
give it a shot.
I'll probably have to. I'm sure I'd have to deal with people thinking I'm a bot account because I'm fresh.
Yeah, just search. The Reddit search feature is good enough, or if you Google, like what kind of subreddits would you want to join or be a part? Like mostly fighting game stuff, right?
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, I'm gonna play Marvel Rivals. That comes out soon.
I think there's even an FGC. I mean, the FGC subreddit is probably a bit more like James Chen-y, if you know what I mean. That kind of...
to be fair, I know a lot of people that don't like him.
Yeah.
I think he's alright. And I didn't like him until I spoke to him. I thought he brought down Ultra David.
He brought down...
He made Ultra David... Yeah, I think he was a nerf. He was a stain on Ultra David when those two paired up. Mm-hmm. I used to think Ultra David's being like smart, intelligent, analytical, and James is there to do the dad jokes and bring down the tone and be annoying. But then I spoke to him. He's actually pretty smart, and he he tailors himself to new people. That's kind of what he.
What I meant by James Cheney, I didn't mean that he's I also meant like his I don't know whether to say his politics or he's very like safe and I don't want to say clean cut, but like, for example, if you went into a space and the conversation was getting a bit spicy, from what I've seen of James Chen, it looks like he would have the most not milk toast. He would have the most like safe, left-leaning, I don't want to offend anybody takes. But I could be wrong because you've spoken to him directly. And I did see him on a podcast with Justin Wong recently, actually, and he did seem a bit more, a bit more down to earth than I thought. Like the impression I had of him for a long time was just super safe. Anything that's risque or like maybe controversial to say, he would shy away from. But I might be wrong on that.
I think you're right in politics. Like he ends his streams with like, make sure you love everyone, be kind of like, he's one of those people for sure. And his tweets are like that. But like, with fighting games, he is okay with being like the one person that goes against everyone.
Okay.
So yeah, you are right in terms of like political stuff. He's very WOKE. Like that is him for sure.
Yeah.
I'll give it. I mean, yeah, I think I do think some things don't need pushback. Like, I would say the Punk thing that you said doesn't need pushback. That to me, that's a dishonest argument of Rick because he said, "I feel he's an arsehole."
Yeah,
it was like that's got nothing to do with his skill. But if you're saying people that are engaging with that post are being like smart about it, they're not engaging it as if this person's like an idiot or anything. That's good, I guess. That is a good thing, which you don't really get. Twitter's just like blood sports, pretty much. But for the most part, it's very like even like if I look at Sajam's post, that is echo chamber. That is everyone just agreeing, and they're basically just upvoting. That's what it looks like. And I don't know if it's a case of he's kind of tailored his feed to do that, or people that would disagree with him don't have enough clout to get noticed. He would never like bring one stream. Like that's why I think like Irrelevant had the best stream, like this Discord event, and no one. I get if you're a big streamer, you're going to put yourself in a very sticky situation just bringing on randoms.
Right.
I get that's not the best thing to do. But I think if you haven't got enough clout or you haven't got that much clout, then it's kind of okay. But that could be like my Among Us brain, where if you're crew, you dying for the greater good isn't a big deal. So if you're not a big creator, bring on the randoms, let them talk. Lord Knight's doing something like that. He's doing, I don't know if you know, he's doing like a Scrub Quotes discourse, I guess, on his stream like once a month. So he'll get
quotes.
Yeah, have you heard of Scrub Quotes? It's basically it's a Twitter thing where someone will find the craziest takes from FGC. So they'll go on like the Steam, like the Steam comments you can have on games.
Oh yeah.
They'll put up someone saying, "Oh, they nerfed this character, and it's because they've taken away a cleavage from the previous game," or something like that, something stupid like that.
Yeah.
And he will bring, the Scrub Quotes will post that, and then everyone in the FGC will just laugh at him. Basically, that's what happens.
Right.
But what Lord Knight did is he has like a form, you fill it out, put it in his Discord, and then he'll bring you onto his Discord to like defend your quote.
Okay, yeah. Oh, that's Lord Knight does that, he said.
Yeah, Lord Knight does it. I think he's done 2 so far. I've only seen the first one.
Right.
Something like that, where I think Lord Knight can bring off because he is just a nerd. Everyone knows him as like the lab monster. Finds the cheap stuff, A1. He's played pretty much every game that's had like a whole tour. But other than him, I don't feel people have the back and forth. It's more, even if you're right, I think preaching is destructive.
Yeah.
Which I think is like the Sajam-ish sort of thing. But yeah, that's what I wanted to do next year, more than what I'm doing now, which is just commentating. I think I like doing it. I think the the brain rot in the FC is bigger than other scenes. Now that I've been playing like card games and stuff, the brain rot in fighting game players is just insane. And I think with Strive as well, where it's got way more political, where before there was like hardly any politics in fighting games. But
wait, why is Strive getting political? Oh, what's up, Gary? Sorry, somebody, Gary said, I want to be able to do art this good and make, well, one day I hope I can make it look way more effortless than it is now, but I'm actually, the reason why this isn't even finished is because I'm having a bit of friction with figuring out these colors, so, but I appreciate that and hope you're doing well, by the way. So I continue, what are you saying?
Yeah, so Guilty Gear Strive brought in, you was around for Street Fighter 4, right? Where it kind of brought in a new wave of like players.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Strive's done that, and it's all, I don't know what the actual word is, that sounded like crude, but it's a lot of like non-binary, transgender.
Oh, is that something to do with what was that person that got, there was a tournament and then she lifted up her phone. Apparently she falsely accused somebody of sexual assault and then she bragged about it. That was Guilty Gear, right?
Yep.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, that's right.
Umi Show, I think her name was.
You know Technicals, right?
I don't know Technical. Is that a person?
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
He does he's basically Detective Chip. Actually, no, let me not say that. Just Detective Chip. He's a Batman. Okay. No, he's Batman. He's Bruce Wayne. So he normally does Smash, but he went into the Strive stuff and looked at all the allegations, dug Omega deep, and now he's going after orgs that are defending them. So he's like gone after the org that hired the person who made the fake allegation, and he's found DMs of them saying like it doesn't matter if they were wrong or not. You can't shun them because they're of a certain
orientation.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
I see.
So, but no one likes Technicals because he puts like adverts. Obviously, he's a YouTube channel, right? So he puts ads in these like these sex allegations, sexual assault allegations, and people are like, oh, he's a grifter, blah blah blah, and it's got mad political. Like you can't say anything in that scene. You know Obama, right?
Imagine Obama. Yeah.
He saw all this, and he's like a Guilty Gear head, an old Guilty Gear head.
Yeah.
And he was like, we need to make a difference between Guilty Gear players and Strive players.
Right.
And all the Strive players went after him. And I'm like, that's such a nothing take.
Right.
Like, I can count probably 6 players that played old Guilty Gear that now play Strive. It's totally different. So he was saying like, yeah, when you're talking about Guilty Gear players, we're not them. We're not Strive players. We're like a different era. He wanted to make that plain when Technicals was going into the Strive community. Because when people go into the Smash community, no one makes a delineation between Smash Bros, Ultimate, or anything like that. It's just Smash.
Yeah.
He wanted people to be like, this isn't the Guilty Gear community, it's the Strive community specifically, which is fair because none of the old Guilty Gears had this drama go on.
Right.
But they went after him for that, like the most milquetoast take. So, yeah, like the Strive thing is, I wouldn't say anything, and I normally don't care.
So outside of the orientation stuff, is there actual different, like extreme different takes between the players, like the way they play the game or the way they think about the game between OG Guilty Gear versus Strive players?
I guess because they're new, they've got no foundation other than Strive to make their opinion on. You must get this, or had this a lot when you played Marvel. A lot of people someone will say, "Oh, this is broken," and they'll be like, "You don't know what broken is. You haven't played Marvel. I know what broken is."
So boring. Oh my god.
Yeah. Which I also think is a terrible argument.
Yeah.
When you say it like that, it's really bad and shit. But experience in fighting games is something that does count for something. It's just when you frame it like that, it's really shit. Now, if your first game is Strive and you say, "Oh, this is unfair," you can go, "Well, in fighting games in general, someone had this sort of similar mechanic, and there was this way around it." For example, Strive players don't have that because they only know that one game. So it's very hyperbolic, their conversations. And if you bring anything outside in, you get kind of just shut off. Like,
Yeah.
you have to be hyper specific or nothing.
That's so annoying.
Exactly. So there's like no. I've tried to talk to a lot of them. Even like simple concepts are like, why go for a 50-50 if it's unsafe on block? But they're like, well, you have to go for the 50-50. It's strive. And I'm like, no, that doesn't follow. Like, but it's so bizarre to me. I don't even know where to start. Where do I start to explain like the risk reward? That's a simple risk reward.
Right.
But they're like, no, you have to go for the 50-50. If you have it, you have to go for it because you need to win the game. And I'm like, isn't not losing is, for me, maybe it's because of my playstyle, not losing is way more important than having to win.
Yeah.
But I guess that generation, it's an age thing as well, not just orientation.
Yeah.
They're just way younger. Way younger. So yeah, it's hard to talk to them. And if you do any sort of rebuttal, you'll just be called a fucking Destiny simp or something like that. And
like, oh, who do you think you are, bro? Destiny?
Yeah. I'm just like, oh, right, whatever. I was like, I'll happily sit and talk to you about incest, but I don't think you're ready.
Oh, man.
You're not ready. Yeah, hopefully next year I can do more of that. Just Strive probably won't happen. I think Marvel's fine to do it in. And I don't know what Hunter x Hunter is going to be like.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
I'm sure a lot of the multiplayers will try it because it's a 3v3 game.
Yeah. But how much legs do you think that game has, though? I mean, I might just be assuming wrong, but I don't know. I just don't think that it's going to stick around for that long or people will play it for that long. I know it's coming from the same devs as Marvel 3, but...
Yeah, I think that the same devs and the IP and do a lot of work. But I also said that about Multiverses. I think Multiverses has the best IP for a fighting game, and they completely flopped. So
yeah,
I don't know how you can beat fucking Bugs Bunny versus LeBron James. I just don't know how you can beat that IP wise. Even they had the Game of Thrones character in their game.
Really? Wait, who? Oh.
Something Stark?
Oh, probably Arya. Stark.
That's the one. They had Arya Stark versus Iron Giant and shit.
Damn.
Like, that's gassed.
I didn't even know
so
that.
Sick.
Yeah.
But yeah, that flopped.
Wait, why didn't did you just... What made you... Are you just not into fantasy? Like, what made you not watch... Because I'm sure you remember when Game of Thrones was huge, right? Like, how did you avoid it? How did you not give it a try when everyone was talking about it? Like, what was your story? Because I didn't jump on it until late, like until season 3 or season 4.
I don't know. I think I'm not super into fantasy.
Oh, okay. That's probably it then.
I like dragons.
Oh.
And I know dragons are in it. Dragons are in it. So I think dragons, that's weird because I don't play Monster Hunter as well, but I like dragons. I don't know. I don't know why. I'm trying to think of if anything was out at the time. I don't think there was. I probably was in my phase where I wasn't watching. I was playing games more.
I see.
Because all the Marvel programs I watched mad late. I watched The Boys a couple of months ago.
Oh, that way you're up to date.
Yeah. I just binged the whole thing back to back. I had like a couple of days off work, so I just literally just sat down and watched it back to back.
It's pretty good, right? I think The Boys is really good. Like, I think there's definitely been some weaker elements of the seasons, especially like the Kimiko and Frenchie storyline. Sometimes it's a bit like, okay, where is this going? But I still think season 1, I just love how... I remember when I read about... Because I'm not familiar with the comic, I haven't read the comic, but I just remember one thing... Every time I tell people or recommend The Boys, I always say it's one of those shows where you only need one episode to know if you're going to like it or not. If you watch that episode 1 of The Boys and you're not on board, then at least you don't need to say, a lot of shows are like, oh, give it until like season 1, episode 7, and then you don't need to say The Boys. First episode, the moment the stuff happens with A-Train and Huey's girlfriend at the start, and I'm like, what is this show? I said, what is this show? And from that moment, I'm like, I'm watching this. This is just wild right now. And a lot of the political stuff is on the nose, but it's like it's intelligently written on the nose. Like it's clearly intentionally on the nose and very, very, what's the word? Current. Like I like how current it is given a superhero backdrop, you know?
Yeah, no, I'm not a super comic book guy, but I've read a fair few, or I know the stories of a fair few.
Yeah.
And the way the boys did it was super good. Like they tackled it. I think what happened was they leaned too much into the shock value.
In the comic, right? Or the show?
No, in the series.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, after season 1 and 2, I think they leaned into the shock. Like we have to have this. What would Superman do if he could have sex with anyone? Like they had to. They felt like they had to show that. And I'm like, okay, I get it. I get that Homelander's a freak. And if you had that sort of power and no one could tell you no, you would probably do that. I got that in the first 2 seasons.
Yeah, true,
like,
true.
The whole conflict, like you said, and I think A-Train's story is really good.
Yeah, it's good, really interesting.
I think those aspects, from my knowledge, haven't been done in comics that well, especially not in Marvel. Maybe DC, but nowhere. Marvel, not even close. Not even close. So,
but I think The Boys has the advantage of the kind of show that it is and what it's trying to achieve. It allows itself to do that because of its intended purpose, right? And also we can't ignore that part of these concepts work well in The Boys because they're derivatives of like Homelander being evil Superman. Part of what makes that interesting is because we understand Superman. We understand the premise, and we live in a world where we have Superman. So then the concept of what if Superman was like this is extra interesting because of the context of Superman and other superheroes that The Boys is clearly like, you know, based on as well. Like even just the Seven, the concept of in The Boys you got the Seven, which is blatantly, you know, Justice League, but that's double interesting off the rip because you have the concepts of the Justice League being approached in this way that's super political and sexual and has all of the problems that we might have to deal with as people, you know, and then you got the toxicity and all of the so I think that while we can say that The Boys does a lot of things better than Marvel and actual DC, I think it would be better for us to remember that the DNA of The Boys comes from that, and the DNA allows it to spread its wings in that way.
Yeah, I agree. I think at this point you can't avoid inspiration from those two.
Yeah,
and even if you did somehow not get inspiration, you will be compared to. Like you just can't not be compared to those two. I would say, but I agree. I think with DC, because I think of Injustice. Injustice is if it's not really. I guess Homelander is bad. Is he bad? I don't know if he is bad.
It's very grey, but I mean, by the time I can't remember how the last season ends, but I mean, he's bad. Okay, he's bad. He's just very. They just do a good job to humanize him in many ways, right? Like his upbringing and his insecurities, right? So he's definitely bad, but he's just an understandable. There's a phrase for this. He's just well written, I would say, until I think of the better phrase to use.
Yeah, I'm trying to think because I don't think Doom's bad.
Oh,
and I don't know if that's because it's got. Yeah, I don't know if he's justified in his bad actions. I don't know if that makes it not bad. When I look at Homelander and I'm like, is his upbringing justification for his thought process, which leads to him being bad? Not
justification, but you don't have to. The action doesn't need to be justified for it to be considered understandable or compelling, right? Like when he went to the prison. Sorry, not the prison. When he went to the old. Like testing, when he was raised, and they put him in the oven, and then they were testing to see how much temperature he can take before his body actually burns or whatever, right? And then he does to them what they did to him. I think a moment like that is just you basically like if I had the cliff notes of the writer, like whoever wrote that, if I had their cliff notes in terms of if I had their notes which told me what the purpose of the scene was. I would imagine that the notes would say something along the lines of, this is us trying to show that that anybody, even a superhero like Homelander, can hold on to certain trauma that they experienced as a kid, and this is how they might wield it, even when they're many, many years removed from that trauma. Like I imagine that would be the cliff notes. And again, that scene wouldn't be to absolve him of what he's doing or his actions. It's more so to just put on an extra lens of glasses over your eyes to be like, oh, I see, I get it now, kind of thing. Go on.
One of the things is kind of a segue, kind of, but not. It's not intended to. But I think one of the things that I can never, as you know, I'm like, define this, blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
One of the things I can't define is the difference between revenge and justice, because I think justice is just good revenge. So, in my head, I don't know if what he did to those people were justice, or what they did to him, or revenge, which would be bad and paid.
I would say it's more so revenge. And I guess the question, the follow-up will be why, right?
How do you say it's revenge and not justice? That's the bit I can't do. I can't say this is revenge or justice. I don't know.
I think
what
justice
criteria makes it one or the other.
Yeah, it's a tough one for sure. Off the top of my head, I think justice implies the issue with justice is that you baked into the term justice, you already have this concept of bad and good, right? Which we already know is already contentious. So that's a can of worms there. And because of that can of worms, you have to wrestle with the concept of figuring out whose place is it to enact the justice? Whose place is it to make the call and then to say that this action is just and therefore I'm going to be the one to, like, it gets into that whole craziness. Whereas revenge, the reason why I'd want to say more so it's revenge is because okay, I guess to say it's revenge, I need to define why I don't think it's justice. And personally, and I think a lot of people may also agree, which is Homelander seemed to be taking the eye for an eye thing, right? Like, oh, you guys did this to me when I was a kid, so now let me do it to you. Haha, not so funny, right?
Yeah.
But I think it's quite clear to see that him doing that to them, not considering that they are not him, they are not superheroes. They can't stand the temperature of an oven without dying or burning, and so there's already an imbalance there. There's already the imbalance of the amount of time that has passed. There's the imbalance of the power differentiation, not just in terms of superhero versus regular human, but I'm Homelander, I'm the leader, I'm all the way up here in Vought Industries, and you guys are down here. There's so many concepts that makes it unjust, I would argue, to the point where because it's so unjust because of these things, it has to fall under the category of revenge. And even outside of that, you can even see how he was taking glee, like how he was making he was gamifying their punishment, like he was gamifying their revenge. Like, oh, now you step into the didn't he ask the guy to masturbate in front of him or something?
Yeah,
and then he lasered off his It's just like so the moment the moment you're gamifying the abuse, clearly it's gonna fall more into the realm of revenge, I would say, especially with the masturbation part. That was rough.
Yeah,
like, and it was a big build-up as well. It was like, take off your pants, and he didn't want to do it. And then he's like, oh, I think he commented on the size of his penis or something. So he, dick shaming on top of destroying his dick with a laser. Dick shamed him before he done it. Made him masturbate. He couldn't masturbate. It made everyone leave the room. It was horrible. So yeah, it's definitely more revenge.
I agree with you, but then I guess I need to one day take myself out of other people's opinions, because a lot of this is clouded by what society would do. Now, if someone was torturing a child, they would say that's fair, what Homelander did. And they're in that position because they were testing crazy stuff on a child. Regardless if the child was basically fucking a powerhouse, right? They still put that child through those tests, not knowing the results. They were testing to see if the results were going to come back to kind of their theories, right? And yeah, like I said, I think society would look at that and go, oh, you would lab rat in a child? Yeah, you deserve all of that. All that dick shaming, lowercase d shaming. oven baking stuff. So
Yeah.
that's why I'm like, I get what you're saying. I think if I think of another hero like Batman or Spider-Man, Spider-Man also trolls the villains.
Yeah,
That's
but in a
him
very
making,
jokey way,
like,
though.
a mockery out of him.
In
I
a,
don't
in a
think
very
anyone would say that's bad, right? His
yeah, I don't think so.
vigilantism.
Yeah.
Yeah, Batman, I'm not too sure what most people would say. I think it's. I know he would say it's justice.
Well, but that's part of the magic of Batman, though, right? Like that gray area, the whole. That's why in a lot of Batman stories, that is the question, right? Like part of Batman's coolness is the question around whether what he's doing is justice or revenge and stuff like that. Even the fact that him being like he calls himself Batman, entire outfit in black, very menacing, very spooky, in the shadows. Like he's not like Iron Man, like colorful. I'm Spider-Man, yay!
Yeah.
Like he's like the embodiment of what a lot of people would say is kind of scary, right? So yeah, I think, but that's part of Batman's design as a character, it seems.
Yeah, I think he's not meant to be defined as one or the other.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's why he's Batman, and no one. That's why some people make the comparison of like, oh, Iron Man versus Batman. And it's like Iron Man isn't in that gray area. Iron Man is meant to be, like you said, the shining prestige hero,
Exactly.
where Batman is like a hero to some, a villain to others, sort of thing. And obviously making the police force kind of go against him as well
Yeah, exactly.
automatically makes you think, well, if the police are against him, he must be bad.
Right. Yeah, it makes it. Yeah, it's a tricky one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if I'm ever gonna get in my head a definition between the difference between justice and revenge. I think they're so closely intertwined. Even with what you're saying about who should give out the justice, well, who should give out the revenge that would make it justice. So I'd be like, oh yeah, sure. So in, I guess, society, if the revenge isn't dished out by the government or a judge, then it's weird because you're using the word to define the word. That would be injustice, right?
Which one? Which one would be injustice?
So, say for example, someone robbed me and I robbed them. That would be an injustice because I've not gone through the proper protocols to get my revenge through the court.
No, but you could still call that. You could. You could still call it revenge, especially if you didn't rob what they robbed back. So let's say they robbed you, and the thing that they robbed is gone now. You can't get it back. So then you robbed them of something else to let them feel what you felt. That you could also call that revenge. Like it doesn't need to go through some kind of legal official system for it to now be called justice. You counter robbing the guy could say it's justice. Like you could define it as justice, and you wouldn't be. Your feeling would be understandable, or you could say it's revenge, and that would be understandable too. But I don't think that it needs to go through a legal channel for only once it's through a legal channel. Now it's justice, and every other time it's revenge. I think that the individual can call it one or the other, but I do think that there is a tangible difference between why some people might be like, oh, that action that you just described, I don't think that's justice, and then they could say, I think that's actually revenge. But how the individual interprets it, they could use justice or revenge depending on their perspective.
Yeah. So you're saying, well, do you think they can both be right?
I think the individual saying, so in the case of you get robbed and then you counter rob the person. Now, let's say you say, I did it because this is justice. I think the person's feeling, they're correct in their feeling that is justice. But if you're asking me if it's objectively justice, that's where it's tricky, I think I would have to take it as a case by case. But I know the answer you're probably more interested in is what it objectively is. But I think something like justice, especially in this specific example, it's heavily hinged on the weight of what is on the weight of the person's heart and why they consider the action to be justice, especially if that person is truly doing an even scale action, right? You took my bike. Now the bike is gone. So I'm gonna take your I don't know, something different but equivalent, like your skateboard or your scooter, right? Something like that. So I can imagine the person saying, well, I could have smashed his car, I could have burned his house down, but I didn't do that. I want it to be just. I wanted to let him know that this is how it feels. And so they can rationalize it in their brain in a way that I can sympathize with, you know. But as to whether it's factually justice or not, that's where we get into tricky territory.
I think I agree with you. I actually don't know if I would say it's objective or subjective. I think good and bad are subjective 99% of the time, but the way everyone uses revenge and justice is very objectively. That's why I don't know if there is an objective justice and an objective revenge. Because if I think, say, me and you play Among Us and then we hate each other, and then I steal your mic, and then you steal my computer. I'm stealing your mic because I'm like, oh, I don't want to hear what you say. Fuck your streams. Now you can't talk, but you can still do your art. And then you steal my computer because you're like, well, I only stream tournaments. I don't need my mic. So for you to get the revenge of not being able to stream on me, you have to take my whole computer. In that situation, outsiders are going to go, well, a computer is worth way more than a mic. You've taken more things. But your justification is you're stopping me doing what I stopped you doing. So that's why I'm like, in that situation, outside will say, well, that's not fair. That's when it would be an injustice, right? Maybe not revenge, but it would be an injustice because it's not equal. But I'm like, does equalness need to be involved when you're talking about justice and revenge? I don't think it is. Most of the time, it's revenge has to be, or justice has to be more than the crime. Normally.
Well, some degree of it doesn't have to be equal is the wrong word. I think it just has to be for example, I don't know what the word is. It doesn't have to be equal, just it has to be I don't know what to say, understandable or proportional, maybe that's the So I mean, so going back to what you said earlier, you said you're not sure if you believe if there's an objective justice, and that may end up being true. But I think that, like, we could all agree as a society that if somebody gets arrested for a bunch of crimes, like let's say there's a person running up in the neighborhood and doing house break-ins, like multiple house break-ins. He's done 10 in 1 month, and then the person gets caught. And then they get like whatever jail time. Let's say in that state or that country, it's 10 years, right? Some people might say that, like, if somebody was to say that person getting 10 years is just, or that's justice working. I'm not saying that therefore people agree with it, so it's subjective. But I think that I do think there is something to be said of, if we were shown a punishment for an action, and let's say 99% of people in the world would be like, yeah, that punishment for that action is fair or just. I think I'm not going to therefore say it, therefore this is objective, but I think that has to account for something. I think if the guy getting 10 years of running up in the neighborhood and robbing people, striking fear into the neighborhoods, people can't sleep at night because they're afraid that they might be next, and then he gets 5 or 10 years, and then everybody in the world says, yeah, good for him, he gets what he deserved. That has to mean something in terms of some kind of visceral human feeling that makes that result of the 5 years feel okay.
Yeah, no, this is the thing. This is why I don't know anything, because I agree with what you're saying, but I can also agree with the counter. That's why I'm like...
What would the counter be in that specific instance?
There could be... The backstory could be, oh, I was robbing all these people to feed my kids. I'm a single dad, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
And there would be a group of people that would go, you've heard like, oh, it was systemic racism, that's why I had to do it, blah, 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 blah. He started off in an unfavorable situation, so he had to do these crimes. You know the drill. That, basically, I know you were saying earlier, doesn't kind of absolve you from the crime. but it gives a justification that a lot of people will be like, oh, okay, if that's the case, lessen the what do you call it, the
time?
punishment. There you go.
Yeah.
You lessen the punishment, give him like 3 years, and then 2 years of like community service, or has to go back to school or something like that.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the prison systems are more about seeking revenge for the people that were punished over rehabilitating. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I agree with you. If 99% of people are saying, yeah, this is bad, it's probably bad, right? And the people that aren't agreeing maybe have something wrong in their brain. Like, they're just like psychopaths or sociopathy or something. I can't remember that word.
Sociopath.
Yeah, sociopath, that's the one. Yeah, so they don't have like great empathy. And I guess for someone to judge if an action is not even justice or revenge, but good or bad, you need that empathy, right? You have to be able to go, well, I would assume you would have to be able to go, oh, I wouldn't like that happening to me, so it must be bad.
Yeah.
Think you would need that for that situation? I think maybe a robot could do it as well.
But I think even with the case where if you insert, oh, the guy that was doing the home robberies had all of these reasons, right? Even in that case, if the reasons came about in the court and then they said, okay, it's because of these reasons, instead of giving you 10 years, we're going to give you 5, and then and with a chance for early release on good behavior, whatever. I think if it turned out that a lot of people were also to say, we think that's just or that's reasonable, I guess it will get more complex. If what would be more interesting or to explore would be, let's say what you said is the case, and he's trying to feed his family, and let's just say there's 3 other reasons as well, 3 other reasonable reasons, like feeding the family. He owed somebody money that his dad got into some trouble with some people, and his dad's dead now, and now the people that his dad owed money to are coming after him. So now he needs to find, like, let's say there's a bunch of reasons that are really shit circumstances to be in, and that made him resort to these situations, right? Now, let's say he goes to court, and under normal circumstances, he should have got 10 years. But let's say the judge is like, you know what? I know your backstory, blah, 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 blah. We're going to give you 5. Now, if the people in the neighborhood are like, if they're split, if some of them are like, oh, he should get the 10, and the other half is like, you know what? I was affected by his behavior as well, but after hearing his backstory, I think the 5 is fine. And then let's say it's a 50-50 split. That's where I think it gets really tricky. And how do we determine which one is justice or not? Personally, I think this may be one of those things where, like, this is part of the reason why we have the court system, right? It's supposed to allow you to lay out all of these facts, to have a jury of uncompromised people, jury of your peers or whatever, to make a call. And I would definitely vote squarely on the call of, oh, these are his circumstances that he couldn't control for, and he decided he didn't have as many opportunities, and then he did, give him the 5 years. Like, come on, let's be, let's try to be fair, you know. So, and again, that doesn't make it objective, but I think a lot of people wouldn't take umbrance or issue with the 5 years, and yeah, no, a lot of people would. A lot of people would. But I think I would wager that more people, and especially if it's this example, right? If it's the example of 10 years down to 5. Now, if it was 10 years down to 3 months or 10 years down to 1 year, then I think you would have a situation where it's like, this accounting of his backstory is imbalanced or unjust, right? So I think it comes down to, like, how are we lightening the sentence based on the circumstance? And I think 10 to 5 is fair. And therefore I would say it's just. But again, it comes down to, like, one individual might say that's just, and another individual might say, oh, but I still can't sleep at night. I still get PTSD from whenever the postman comes and knocks on the door. I think it's the guy with the strap. You know what I mean? So, oh, hey, what's up, Green Gorgino? I used to do animation, but I don't really animate anymore. I can still animate, but I'm very, very, very out of practice. So right now I just mostly just illustrate here and there. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, no, it's cool. Yeah, because me, even if I wasn't one of the people in the street, Dark Alley Street, I didn't live there, so I never got robbed.
Yeah.
I would still look at the situation and be like, this is probably my political ideology, but I would be like, don't lessen it because you're giving other criminals or even real criminals that are just robbing you because they want to rob you and make money on some like kingpin shit.
Yeah.
You're giving them a loophole to not take their correct punishment by giving a snobby backstory, right? I'll be like, no, if you do this crime, straight up, this is if it's like 2 years for every house you robbed from.
Yeah.
Regardless of your backstory, you take those 2 years because even knowing your history, you as a person need to be able to be like, it's not worth it. I think that's what most law works on. It's a risk rewarder thing. We go back to risk reward. Is the risk of you doing this to feed your family worth it? Because the risk is that you not only get to not feed your family, you put them in debt or you make their life harder because you're not going to be around now. It's a shit situation, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
And I feel empathy, but if you don't, I guess in the hypothetical world, there would have to be help that he would have to turn down for me to have my mindset. So say there were programs, you know, like, I mean, we still got like job seekers and blah, 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 like welfare to help people with families that don't have jobs to survive and whatnot. When you have things like that, I think it changes my mind on the punishment. If you don't have things like that, then I'm more on board with what you're saying. Like there is basically like there's no other option. But I think in most societies or Western societies, you have things that can help before you have to turn to crime.
I agree, but I think that one thing you might not be considering is when you earlier you said the person making the call should have the understanding about the risk, right? But then you do have a lot of situations where for people like us, it's going to come like this risk thing or of fully understanding the consequences or what could happen. Number one, it doesn't fall evenly to everybody. Not everybody is going to be, even though it seems like they should, like, come on, guy, you should know what's going to happen if you get caught, right? But one, that alarm bell doesn't go off in the mind of everybody. And two, perhaps more importantly, like, this is so important that it probably deletes the first thing I said, which is that the reality is that a lot of these decisions are made with the risks understood, but the situation is so dire that the risk is, like, especially if you don't plan to get caught. Like, if you come up with a plan and you really don't expect to get caught, and you not getting caught could actually alleviate you of whatever really dire situation one may be in, then considering, like, if the judge was to say, and if the judge was to give a slightly harsher sentence because, you should have known, in some cases, that may be part of the reason why the judge might pass a harsher sentence. But in this example, I don't think that if the judge was to do that, I don't think that would be fair or just. Especially if the example was hungry, trying to feed his family, relative died that owes the cartel money, but now he's coming after the oldest boy of the family, which is him, and then like let's say this is that, right? If the judge was to be like, you should have known, it's like, well, I did know. So you're giving me a harsher. What do you mean? That's fucked up.
Wait.
So I think.
Wait, does that not make sense? I think.
No, it makes sense. It shouldn't be him saying you should have known only works if. Wait, let me think. Saying you should have known, like when you say you should have known, it's like the problem is, but he did know. So, like, why are you saying you should have known?
I think he's saying, if I'm the judge and I say you should have known, I think I'm saying you know the risk to what you're doing, but you're not saying you would have got caught. So I kind of agree with you. I
like, he knows the risk. The person knows the risk. They must know the risk. But the reason why we're here is not because I didn't know the risks. It's because
You
of
focus with the probability, not the risk.
it's the situation. It's the fact that I got caught. That's why we're here. But you throwing the book at me more because you're saying I should have known the risks seems weird when I did know the risks. You know.
Okay,
Like,
no. Sorry, yeah, I agree with you. That's okay. Let me take back what I said.
Yeah.
I think I've literally just made a revelation. So
Okay.
when the judge says you should have known, and I said, I think what they're relaying is you should have known the risk. That's what I thought until now. Maybe what the judge meant was you should have known the maths. The probability of you getting away with this was extremely low. I think that changes it.
That's even worse.
Knowing the risk.
I think that take is even worse.
Is it?
Yeah,
I
because
think it justifies it.
Because the reason why it shouldn't matter is because the reason why that's even worse is because the person in that scenario is not going to be in the frame of mind to be able to be able to rationally consider the risks or consider the probability. Right? Yeah, because you have to take into the account of the mind. Of the mind of the person doing the crime. If the mind of the person doing the crime is completely compromised because of these prior situations that drove them to do the crime, it wouldn't be fair to now that would be unjust to now say, I'm giving you these extra 2.5 years because you should have known the maths. And the criminal's like, but this is like my brain was so compromised based on the situation. How can you punish me more for not being in the right, for not even being possible? It's not that I was able to and I didn't. It's that my brain was incapable given the scenario that I was in. Unless you want to argue to me, the judge would have to argue, or the prosecutor would have to argue. Listen, not only did you do the crime, but you were capable of thinking differently. You were capable of measuring out the probability. That's what the prosecutor's job should be, right? But
I think that's easy.
Well, that's what some people try to do. But that's why the defense might be like, actually, no, you're telling me that this person who went through this, who went through that, these are the circumstances. You're telling me this person is going to be thinking of the probability the same way that a person may think of probability if they're not in that situation. That would be unreasonable. So that's where the debate would happen.
I'm trying to think. Have you had those moments where you're like, is this my own fault or am I just parroting someone else? I'm trying to make
I know. I mean, whether it's a parrot or if it's you, I guess we'll find out. We'll find out eventually.
So I think at the point where you say you should have known the maths, for that person to come over a crime that they thought was going to work, they're intelligent enough to do the maths. That's like, for me, that's like saying to someone, oh, you're saying you're hungry, and you're saying, oh, I couldn't have made myself a sandwich. I didn't know where all the bread and the butter was. But I see you doing a Rubik's Cube in less than 13 seconds. I'm like, no, you're smart enough. You just didn't want to do the maths. You saw the sum. You had the calculator in your hand, but you just didn't want to punch in the numbers. Because I think a criminal knows. To be a criminal, I think step one, to be part of criminal club, you don't just talk about it. You also have to go, most of the time, this ain't working out for me. And if you are smart enough to come up with a crime that you don't get caught for, your maths are on point. They have to be by default.
Well,
So
okay. I think in most cases I agree with you, right? Because most criminals who are doing petty crimes like this, they do have other options, like you mentioned before. There probably is some welfare program. There probably are jobs around. The issue is probably that they don't have the education, or they just don't have the drive, the hardworking drive to get rejected until you get a job, right? So in 80% of cases, I would agree with you, that is the case. But I think because we're trying to explore justice and revenge and that stuff, right? I think it's better to explore it by these trickier examples, like the example we're talking about. And the reason why I think that in the example we're talking about, or examples like this, it's important to see the difference because, again, going back to the probability thing, what happens in the case where a judge is saying, this is your punishment because you should have known, but literally based on the brain chemistry and the way the neurons are firing in the person's brain during the time of the crime or leading up to the crime, it rendered them incapable of even reviewing the possibilities. It now seems unfair or unjust to now punish them based on something that they were incapable of doing at the time. That's crazy. Like that oftentimes would be spoken against if that was to happen in court. Like, and there's many other crimes where, not even just crimes or court, right? Like, remember a while ago I made an example of like, if a kid got made fun of, like let's say a kid's family like died in a car crash, like a week before, and then they came to school, and then somebody made fun of like aggressively made fun of the kid's family dying, and then that kid like fucking drop kicked the person that made the joke, right? It would be it would be inhumane to turn to the kid that did the drop kick and be like, well, you should have known that if you drop kick somebody, they're gonna get hurt. It's like, well, it's not that the kid doesn't know, because in any other circumstance, yeah, the kid would make a more rational judgment call. But the reality is, when the insult was made, and mixing that with the fact that they just lost a family, you're asking them to think. You're asking them to think in a way that in that moment they would be incapable of thinking in that way, because the rage of what the other kid just said has just You know what I mean? So that's why it would be unfair.
By the impulse.
Yeah.
Like you're saying it's not fair to make someone logically talk themselves out of an impulse reaction to something.
Yeah, whether you say impulse or whether you just say like based on the scenario, because it doesn't have to be impulse, because that could also suggest that it was like it happened immediately, like it happened within 10 seconds, so there was no time to think. But I think that it's not just about how little time there was to react. It's also the circumstance could bring about a mindset where the mindset is incapable of doing the thing that you say they should be able to do if they were in any other circumstance, such as thinking rationally. Like if you're in a mindset where you are temporarily for the next 5 minutes you are not going to be thinking rationally, to now judge them based on that rational standard is completely unfair or unjust, I would say.
But I think as a society, don't we request that from everyone? Like, I know what you're saying. It's yeah, I do know what you're saying. I think it is. I think it's unreasonable for that kid, for the teacher to say to that kid, "Oh, you should have known the expectations of drop kicking this kid. Like, you know what's going to happen because we put it in the code of conduct that you can't drop kick your fellow pupils."
Yeah.
For no reason. If that's in the book, the kid's not going to go, I want to lick off this drop kick from the top rope, but my code of conduct says I shouldn't.
Yeah.
I get that bit. I 100% get that bit. I think what would go through the kid's head is, fuck the rules. Like, I do not care. This guy. So to me, because you've done like deductive reasoning, you've either said I don't care about the rules, or you might have said the ends justify the means. Like, this kid has to get it, because otherwise, I don't know how long this is going to go on for. I might get bullied for the rest of my like school time, right? If I don't stand up for myself. And regardless of either one of those options, shows that you can think. It might be more of a bias thing. I think that's where it is, right? You're more biased for doing the thing that you want to do than going, oh well, if I do this, the punishment is bad or unfair because of I was kind of pushed into the situation because this kid was pushing me to do this. I would say if they both got the same punishment, it would be more fair. Kid that, say they both got expelled for 2 months or something, I think that's fair. I don't think that would be injustice to the kid that did the dropkick. I don't know if everyone would agree with that.
You said if the kid if they both got the same punishment.
Yeah. The kid who said it and the kid who did the dropkick. I think that would be Well, that would be. I don't think justice always has to be one outcome or another. Like, this outcome is just and this other outcome is unjust. I agree. I think that if they both get suspended or whatever, that's just. But I also think that if the kid who did the dropkick, like, okay, let's say the outcome is the scenario happens, but the kid that did the dropkick, let's say
let's say he gets suspended for a week and the kid that did the insult gets suspended for 3 weeks. I think that's just too, because I think that the school is clearly considering the craziness of the fact that the kid made fun of his dead parents. They're also considering the hyper extreme sad situation that the family of the dead children. Oh my God, they're considering the drop kicking kid who's just lost his family. They're considering his mindset and his needs, especially now that he's lost his family. He needs to be in school like doubly now that the situation's happened. So I think that in that case it would be just too for the kid that did the drop kick to get less of a punishment. Maybe really? If he gets if he gets no punishment, I think that would be too much. I think that there would be enough to say, okay, listen, we can see that the other child is crazy for making that joke, and that's super unfortunate. It's so recent. The kid lost the family a week ago, and you're making these kinds of jokes. Okay, I think everyone will be like, we get what's going on, but to not punish the drop kicking kid at all, right? In some kind of way, I think most people will be like, okay, now you're that's way too much, because now it makes it seem like you can just do any kind of retaliation and it's fine. Right, so there has to be some punishment to the drop kicking kid. But in the case where the drop kicking kid gets less punishment than the insulting kid, I could see a world where that people can say that would consider that to be just too, or to be fair. Maybe.
So I agree with you, but I think I can think of a.
I'm talking with a guy named C4. Sorry, someone in the chat is asking. Shannon Kosa, who is a guy. I'm just talking with a friend of mine, C4. He's sometimes often in the chat, so we're just chatting about random topics. Sorry if it's boring. Sorry, go on.
I was only speaking about speedrunning, but
no, it's all good.
I was thinking if this happened to my little girl and she was the drop kicky or the drop kicker, I would agree with you. The person who said the thing, the person who basically triggered the drop kicking session, it's their fault. They should know better.
Yeah.
But I feel a like golden rule that not even schools have, everyone has, is words can't hurt you, but drop kicks can. So that person could have been severely injured from the drop kick, but the words couldn't physically hurt. So it seems counterintuitive to that rule to punish the person who did the quote unquote lesser crime, which is saying words, than the person who did a physical action on someone. And if someone made the argument, I would be, you know what, that does make sense. That's not my argument, but I could see that holds as much weight because it is a rule. Like, words don't hurt you. Mentally, obviously they can, but you can get over that most of the time.
But, well, see, you have to have the caveat of most of the time, right? Because even there are some states in America that even have things, fighting words, right? Where there's an understanding that in certain parts of the world, or certain, at least in America, there's certain words or scenarios where it should be an expectation where, sure, words can't hurt you, but some words or some instances can be so hurtful that you need to expect that there's probably going to be an escalation based on what has been said. So I think that there's not, and even outside of the fighting words thing, there's also again it goes back to, sure, the word doesn't physically pierce your chest like a knife does, but if the words are so powerful to the point where they can eject all reason and logic out of a person's brain to make them respond with that kind of impulse, then that has to be accounted for. Like it has to be taken into consideration when it comes to how are we now going to punish these people that are involved. And again, like I agree that
I agree with you. I think it should be punished, but that's what I'm saying. I don't think it should be less. I don't think it should be more than drop kick, because the drop kick can put you in a wheelchair. The words can't. So I don't know if it's a case of calculating the potential damage from the drop kick versus the words.
Right.
Or it's a case of people just use it as a rule, because if we didn't have the rule of like words don't react on words to a physical reaction, society would be fucking in shambles, especially with Twitter. So yeah, I agree with you that words are, that's why obviously I hesitated when I was like, most of the time it doesn't
Yeah.
cause long-lasting damage, because obviously you can get traumatized by just words 100%. And that lives with you forever. But the potential damage, I would say, is greater with a drop kick. And
Oh, for
obviously
sure.
yeah, so I'm thinking, is it fair to punish the physical action less than the verbal action when we all kind of agree that verbal assault is a lesser crime than physical assault?
Okay, the reason why I think that in examples like this, the reason why I would side for decisions that the reason why I may decide with a decision that favors the drop kicking kid more is because I think it goes back to the psyche. I guess it depends on how old the children are, but let's say that they're at least 16 or 18, right? And that they are at an age where a child. Okay, here's the way I see it is, if the child who made the insult gets punished more, I think that punishment is coming by way more so of the mind, the type of mind that decides to make the joke, and not the joke itself.
Why?
The joke is
Okay.
not necessarily the issue. It's the fact that you knowing that the guy's parents died a week before, what kind of mind decides to make a joke about that? That's why you're getting the book thrown at you, not the joke itself. And I think that's why I would be able to be like, you know what? The drop kicking kid, even though we're talking about physical response versus words, of course they're different, and you could argue that what if he got drop kicked and then he hit his head on the curb, his head exploded, and now he's dead, right? Like that's going to be something to consider as well. But the reason why I may side with that decision is because it's more about the depraved mind that would make the joke rather than the joke itself.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I agree with you again. I think there is a danger in that, because that's how you create jokers. That's like how you create crazy people, right? If I'm the person who said the words and I'm getting punished when I've been told, oh yeah, words, say that person's like a scrawny like nerd and he can't fight, so all he has are these words, and he comes up with like a little quip. All the other kids laugh when he says this, then he gets drop kicked, right? He's in that person's mind. Obviously, it's a little bit. I think you could attribute ignorance as well as like depravity in his head. Like he could be thinking, "Oh, I've heard comedians make crazy jokes about like the Holocaust and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Whatever, you know, the internet and whatnot." So to him, he's like, "Oh well, you know, joking about someone's death isn't that bad." Obviously, again, that's kind of like terrible social awareness, but I guess people give kids that kind of bypass because they're kids, right?
Yeah.
So, but I'm not trying to take away from like, there's something, the wiring in your brain isn't finished yet. And to correct that wiring, we're going to punish you for doing something that's bad, that you shouldn't do in society. I 100% agree. But that's also motivation to be like, fucking society's just out to get me. I did the lesser crime.
Oh, I see.
Which was told to me by them, and now I'm getting more punished. Now I'm just going to be even more of an asshole because the rules aren't fair. The rules aren't the rules.
That could happen, but I think it just depends on the punishment. Again, like the punishment, if the kid who made the joke gets what's the one where expelled is when you can't come back, right? Or is this
is it expulsion? I think they might be the same thing.
Which one? So because they're suspended, and I think suspended you can come back in after the time. I think.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
yeah, you're right.
So let's say the insulter gets expelled, and let's say to make matters even more interesting, expelliarmus, right? Let's say, and to make it even more interesting, let's say that the insult was the kid's first offense, like it's the first time he's ever done anything bad, right? And then he gets expelled. Then I would say again, I think maybe that's unjust, maybe because. Not just because of their action, not just because of the punishment, but because of what you're saying, like maybe the kid who got physically hit, him getting expelled for good, and then the kid who did the physical hitting can come back after a week or two. That doesn't foster a healthy society or a mindset for that child going forward, because a lot of the time schools make these decisions not just based on schools should be making some of these decisions based on how it may set up the kid in the future, especially when they're still quite young and they have a lot of potential, and being in a school, like, schools has to be very careful when they decide to fully expel somebody, because when you do that, it's on their record. New schools are not going to be as open to picking that child up. You give the child, the school may very well set that child on a very bad path, right? Even though you could argue, well, the child shouldn't have done whatever. True, but as a school who's led by responsible adults and who know the ins and outs of psychology and what roads they may lead down and all that shit, they have to be extra careful how they wield that decision, right? So yeah, if in a world where the kid who did the insult got permanently expelled, I would say that's not just. But going back to what you're saying, like, I'm saying, as long as the punishment of the insulter is fair, if it's more punishment than, like, it's possible for the punishment to be higher than the drop kicking kid, but it can still be fair, such as insulter gets 3 weeks, drop kicking kid gets 1 week, something like that.
Yes.
I think it would be okay.
Maybe, I don't know if you would agree. No, actually, I think you wouldn't agree with this. Do you think if things just had a straight up, this is the punishment, I don't care about the reasoning or your history, you could have an objective revenge/justice distinction? So if it's a case of, if you hit someone, regardless of, say you hit someone and it damages them. So, like, obviously, you punch someone, they get a nosebleed, you kick them in the leg and they have to hobble around for however long, right? If you injure someone, there's a flat out, you can't turn up to work or go to school for 2 weeks. Just that's like a flat rule like that. No matter what they did to provoke it, as long as it wasn't an accident, obviously. No matter what they said to provoke it, if you had a bad day, whatever. Do you think that would help with the distinction between the two? Because if you had like a flat punishment for a crime, then you could distinguish whether it's fair or not instantly, and everyone knows the rule.
Wait, can you describe that again? I didn't fully absorb everything.
My bad, yeah, I was yapping.
Okay.
So if you have like a no hitting other students, we'll stick with the school thing. No hitting students, so that's drop kicking, punching, hitting them with a baseball bat. There's a flat rule: you're you're suspended for 3 weeks. It doesn't matter about what they did to provoke it, like the person who got hit. Doesn't matter what they did for that. It doesn't matter with your like family or home situation, you're going through a rough time. It's just a flat 3 week suspension. Do you think that would help distinguish justice and revenge?
Do I think it would help distinguish justice and revenge?
Yeah, because that way you all have a understanding of what the punishment should be from the get-go, before you've even committed the crime. So we wouldn't have to take into, basically, we erase nuance in crime.
Erase. I'm not sure how it relates. I follow what you're asking, but I'm not sure how the lead up to the question relates to justice and revenge. Like, I'm not sure how a flat rule for any physical harm is a suspension. I'm not sure how that leads to, like, what would the question have to do with the premise? If you get what I'm saying.
If we go back to the person who robs a house, who robbed the street, like the neighborhood, right? If you said, okay, you robbed these 10 houses, the rule is in this country, in Latvia or whatever, Doom is the judge, jury, and executioner. You get 1 year in prison for every house you've robbed.
Okay.
And it doesn't matter what you rob. You could have robbed a penny from the first house and a 5K flat screen TV from the second house. You're getting a year for both of those houses because that's the rule. You get a year for robbing a house. And if the person said, oh, I had to rob this flat screen TV because my son loves Cocomelon and he needs it in 5K, whatever, to make him happy.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter about Doom's going to
reason.
say, I don't care about your backstory. I don't care
Okay.
why you did it. You could have a very good reason to rob the apple you did from the third house to feed your kid. You're getting a year for that. With that in mind,
I see.
in my head, that would make justice and revenge like flat for everyone. All the people that got their houses robbed, whether it was the apple and the penny versus the flat screen guy, they can go, well, he got a year for robbing me. That's fair.
Yeah, but okay, yeah, I agree that in that kind of society, and there's countries like that that's just how they do it, and they do it partially because they don't want there to be wiggle room. They want it to be either
I didn't know that.
well, not the. I mean, there's countries where it's like they don't have as flexible of a legal system. It's more so like you steal, you get caught stealing. This is the punishment. Like that's it. Like there's places like that, right? So, and I think part of the reason why they do that is because they don't want, because one, it's just easier, and two, it serves as maybe a better deterrent, because people know that no matter what your circumstance is, this is the punishment you're getting, right? So in those places, I would agree that clearly they're doing that because that form of justice is just better for them, or it works for them, or it's easier to execute. But I think what makes things more interesting is maybe, I think personally what makes it more interesting is what then happens. So in a country where if you do this action, this is the punishment you get, doesn't matter what your circumstances is, what then happens, or what I like to then explore is, but what if there is a scenario where the lead up to the action or the cause of the action is super duper heavily encouraged or influenced by either a tragic situation or traumatic situation, a desperate situation, or all three put together. What then happens in that case? And then if the answer to that is tough luck, here's the punishment, I can then see another world where it's like, well, now we can argue if that is just because you've heard all of the backstory behind the crime, and it's like you're listening to the story while eating popcorn, and you're like, oh, you're done? Okay, 5 years. Like you know what I mean? Like, no, it doesn't matter. I don't care what you have to say. That I think there's a world where we can discuss whether that's just as well, because there would be a level of unjustness to listen to somebody's scenario and for it to not be taken into any kind of consideration at all, especially if the scenario is like, if we're getting into the realm of scenarios which change your brain, change the rationale of your brain at that moment, or change the ability to be able to think with probability or rationally, right? Like if you're hearing situations that compromise that, and even with the understanding of the compromise, you're like, nah, 5 years. I don't think that's a perfectly good just world either.
I have to think about it. I just don't. My initial answer would be, you can't unfairly enforce a rule if the person already knew about the rule. I'm trying to think
it's just going to be a case by case thing though, because generally I agree, but like there's reasons why. But the problem is that a lot of cases are not the same, right? Like
I get that, but that's why there's the flat rule. So if someone said, "Oh, yeah, you was in dire straits and you had to steal this £10 from this house to pay rent," I'll be like, "But you know the rule of stealing? It's 5 years." Like, I don't know if I could say the person saying it's 5 years, regardless of your backstory, if that's injustice.
Okay, think of something like
emotional.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get the emotional bit, but I'm like, I can't say it's unfair that he's enforcing the rule that we've all agreed on because I live in a society, sort of thing.
Okay, let's say let me bring it closer to something that's more current or relatable, right? Let's say let's say you got a rapper, right, or an up and coming rapper who is in a state where in that state you can't carry a gun, right? You just can't. If you carry a gun, you get like 3 years for every bullet found in magazine or whatever, right? And then, but let's say this rapper, let's say it's not even that far from shit that's really happened. Let's say it was Quando Rondo, who, if you follow the Little Dirk situation, you know that like they still want revenge for the King Von situation, and basically he has to live thinking or feeling that somebody could be coming to get him at any time. So let's say you have a rapper who's in a state where they can't carry a gun, but this rapper decides to carry a gun because not because he has this unrealistic feeling that somebody's out to get him, but you've got people around him have died, both family and friends, died in shootings that were out to get him. There's songs making songs about how they're going to get him next. You know, there's shootings almost every weekend in that area. If this person is now to carry a gun because they actually believe that me not carrying a gun could be the difference between me losing my life or not, right? So then now the police pulls him over. Oh, you got a gun. 5 years. I don't care about your backstory. I don't care about the truth that people want to kill you. We don't care about the truth that people around you have died related to people trying to kill you, right? To me, it would then seem almost like inhumane and unjust to punish him with no consideration for that. Like, it doesn't mean to say, oh, we considered the facts, so we're going to let you go free. No, that's too much, right? There has to be some kind of punishment or enforcement of the laws. But I would just say that if there is a law that can agree that this is what's happening with this individual, he's living his life in fear, the chances of him getting killed while driving a car in a drive-by is quite high, but we're going to give him the same 5 years that any other person will get, even though the other people might not have the same threat attacking them every day. I think a lot of people will be like, that's something needs to change there. Maybe the words we will use, it might not be it's unjust or it's unfair, but I think you can analyze that system and be like, perhaps this system is not fair because given the circumstances.
I have to change the hypothetical slightly to get an answer, because I would say, well, if it's a rapper, well, I'm guessing a successful rapper.
Like, let's say it's up and coming.
Up and coming.
Yeah. Or it doesn't even have to be a rapper. It could just be a person who lives in the hood. Maybe they're not that wealthy, but they live in an area. Like, you could have the same example, but they're not a rapper. Because I know with a rapper, you could say like, oh, well, he's got money enough to be in another area or whatever, right? Which was true.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah.
But let's say it's not a rapper. Let's just say it's somebody who's in the area. They can't really just up and leave.
If they've not got the money to move and they didn't do anything to get put into that bad situation, because I'm thinking, well, if people are out to kill you, you must have done something real bad.
Yeah.
To have like a gang after you. But say they didn't do anything, it was like they got misidentified or something like that, right?
Yeah.
And them explaining it ain't working. I guess because I see the rule as like not an agent, I can't say enforcing the non-agent is unfair.
Wait, say again? You said because you see the what?
Because I see the rule as like a non-agent. It's not biased. It's like the rule is a rock. It's just a rock. You can't say the rock is bad or good or unfair or anything.
True.
So if someone enforcing that, I wouldn't say that the person saying the rule is being unjust. They're just following the law.
But why do we have like, if that's the case, we don't need to just put a robot instead of the judge, right? The whole point of a judge and a jury is to be able to analyze, to look at the law, look at the scenario, and try to come up with a punishment or a solution that is applying the law in a fair, reasonable way. At least in parts of the world where we have this kind of legal system. There's going to be parts of the world where this kind of legal system is not how it works. It's just the law is the law, right? But at least in the Western world, like we have judges. Like, literally, it's in the name, judge. Like, you have the name of his title is to make a judgment call based on this scenario, based on the law, and based on the circumstances. So if we're just going to flat out be like, listen, like, we in this jury, we heard your story. We can fully understand why you need that gun or why you felt like you needed that gun, but 5 years. That's just you might just don't have to judge at that point. Just have an automated AI system where it just input circumstances, output punishment. That's it.
I think this could be because I've been playing too much Death Note, but I think that would be fairer.
Fairer.
Just have like You know those cash out machines. Just literally have one of those.
Yeah.
You input the crime you made, and you get a receipt. Yep, that's how much you're having. Like, and yeah, like literally, like Death Note. It's like in Death Note, they don't tell you the crime. They just say that's a criminal.
Right.
Kill the criminal. That's what you do as Kira.
Right.
And again, I could be biased, where I'm like, that is more fair because you're not acting upon. So with the judges, obviously you can't avoid this, and there is no problem to the solution. But some judges are just going to be softer or harder. That's just it, right? So some judges are going to hear the story and go, you know what, I can relate. So I'm going to give you a lesser sentence, and a harder judge won't do that. For me, that is the unfair part. The unfair part is that someone's life, or how much life they will have left after coming out of prison, is determined on if the judge woke up on the right side of the bed.
True, yeah. I acknowledge that in cases where, like, let's say you have identical situation. Let's say in the state of New York, situation happens with a gun or whatever, and let's say a mirror state, like the same state with the same laws with gun carrying as New York, let's say New Jersey, right? And let's say like same scenario, but the New York judge decides he wakes up in a more positive mood, and then he's less harsher, and then the New Jersey judge is more harsher. I think, yeah, that feels unfair, especially if the two criminals or the two people who got caught find out about each other's cases. One of them is going to be like, well, what the fuck? This is some bullshit. We got the same as that. He went to jail or I went to jail and he didn't, right? That sucks. However, what was I going to say? Oh no, there's something on my mind before I was going to say that. However, wait, what did you say before?
I was saying the machines doing it would be more fairer, because when you add humans, that's when you add the unfairness. Taking away the human judgment part is how you make it fair.
Yeah, I remember now. So what I was going to say is that I think one thing that complicates this further as well is that the thing is, even though it can be unfair if two judges decide oppositely on the same situation in different places, what I think needs to be analyzed more or considered more is that the reason why we don't leave these decisions to machines is because as humans, we should be able to sometimes, at least, maybe not all the time, but we should be able to sometimes think about certain concepts, such as whether it's forgiveness, whether it's redemption, whether it's like giving somebody a second chance, right? A machine is not really going to be, unless you program the machine to determine or to have a probability to give a second chance. But that's like fucking gacha game, right? Like the probability that you get a second chance receipt versus getting 5 years receipt. That I don't know how that would work. But at least with a human, the reason why, again, you have to think about the fact that we have a court system and we have people, juries who come there weeks at a time to listen to the case, look at all the facts, and then make a decision. And they're not only making a decision. That's why, in at least in America, and I think this happens in a lot of the Western world, how you dress when you go to court as a suspect is very important, because that's why a lot of people, they'll go there dressed in a suit, they'll go there with a haircut looking nice, their body language they're going to be mindful of, they're going to be talking a certain way, because at the end of the day, this stuff matters, right? And whether we like it or not, like the chance of somebody, one person in the jury saying, nah, he did it. The difference could be based on how he dressed that day, how you spoke that day, or just the vibe that they got from you, right? And so I think that like it works both ways. Like the same way that somebody's opinion or somebody's interpretation of the individual like can make them go to jail, it could also save them as well, which I guess you can say is unfair. But I think as long as these decisions are being made by humans who are going to be susceptible to different inputs and like, oh, he seems like he really wants to change, or he seems like he's really scared for his life, so he had to put the gun in his car. Like he's not planning to go out on the street and use it. He's just been surrounded by death from the age of 7, and this is the life that he's in, And I think it would be unfair to live in a world where, as humans, we can't consider these things when judging how we punish people. That would seem like a more unjust world to me, which is interesting because you're the polar opposite.
Yeah, no, I guess it's a case of, I think yours is unfair too, I think the robot one is less unfair. I don't think there is a perfect solution until we can like mind read and know and have perfect knowledge. I think there's no way to have a perfect system. I just think the robot one is closer to that goal.
I see. But
overall, actually, no. I think overall, because like you said, there are going to be, say for example, we have like 90 good judges and 10 bad ones. 10% bad judges and 90% good judges.
Yeah.
There's going to be obviously a 10% rate of unfair judgments. Where the robot one, it's not unfair because they're enforcing a non-agent rule, but it's gonna affect people unfairly. The example you came up with is judged unfairly because there is no nuance, but it's not unfair to give the flat rule where the human judges are gonna judge accordingly, but some are going to be biased or unfair in terms of like their perception of things outside of the crime, like we said, with how they dress and how someone presents himself and stuff. If they've got money to get an attorney or whatnot, that makes me think there's a lot of people that get put in for more time because they can't afford a lawyer.
True.
And that shouldn't come into the equation when you're talking about a crime or not. How much money you have prior to the crime shouldn't make a difference.
Yeah.
But it does. It's part of the system. Yeah. So I think it's less unfair, but it's still unfair to do the checkout systems.
That's I think less unfair is also that's true as well. It's not like my position is like completely fair, because there's going to be cases where my world can be abused or feel unfair to people too. You know, not to mention like the victim, because another thing we need to consider as well is the victims of, like, if there is a crime that involved a victim, is the victims of the situation and how they may receive, like, let's say the judge is forgiving and it's like, listen, I'm not going to throw the book at this person because of these circumstances. And I know you guys want to see him in jail, but this is the decision I'm making. But on the flip side of that as well, this is the reason why people in the jury cannot be related or have anything to do family-wise or anything with the victims, because there's obviously going to be a bias there, you know, or like a greater motive behind getting that person in jail, you know. So like the people who are involved or the victims of the crime are often not the best people to pass just judgment on the crime, because obviously they're more likely going to want to just have that person be punished in the greatest way possible. Yeah,
I think that is the injustice part, right? Or revenge part, because obviously we've seen cases where the people normally they're like really religious and they're like, you know what, rehabilitating them is way more important than me seeing them rot in prison. I don't think most people can do that.
Yeah, that's
true.
And
I don't think that's a bad thing. Yeah, I don't think necessarily that's a bad thing. It's cool when someone can look at the bigger picture and not just the pain that they're going through.
Yeah.
It's a tall order to ask everyone to think like that, though.
True, yeah. Yeah, it's true.
And I guess from their perception, revenge isn't in their like repertoire. It is, I don't even know, justices. If they're like, well, God's going to deal with them, or karma, if they believe in that sort of thing, I don't think they have revenge or justice in mind. Assume, because again, it's coming from another agent. I don't know if karma would be an agent. That would just be
karma.
Law, isn't it? Yeah, karma. I think that's more of a balance of the universe. But with a god, that would be like, oh yeah, I don't need the judge to judge. God will judge them. So yeah, I think they would not see revenge or justice, but everyone around them might do.
You mean the victims?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
I guess that would make it subjective then. If you...
Wait, which part?
The justice, injustice bit. if someone can have neither, I guess it would make the concept of it subjective. If someone broke into my car and stole it, and I don't know, I didn't really want it, or I was going to buy a new one anyway, it wasn't worth anything, and it was going to court, and they were like, "Oh, he's getting 10 years." I'll be like, "Don't worry about it. It's not that deep."
Yeah.
I'm not looking for justice or revenge in that point.
Right.
I don't think. So
Yeah, no,
it's
definitely.
not objective.
Mm-hmm.
I guess. Yeah.
Yeah,
I guess it's subjective then.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I guess there's elements of subjectivity to it for sure, but also elements of objectivity. I think it's one of those things where, because a large component of the stuff involved are humans with ever-changing and different feelings and different thresholds behind what is unjust or unfair or too much or too little. So it's always going to be part of the equation, you know. But so long as there's humans in the like as judges or in the court, in the jury, the defense attorney, prosecutors, this is always going to be a thing. It's like a forever debate, I think.
Yeah, and I think most people would want humans there. I think the knee-jerk reaction of a flat machine giving out the rules.
Oh yeah, no way.
Yeah, people aren't going to vibe with that whatsoever. I don't. I think it's going to sound bad, but I think smarter people would, but normal people wouldn't.
You think there's no way you believe that smarter people would? Sorry. Wait. What I should say is there's no way you believe that if you would, then chances are you're a smarter person, because you would be hyper shoehorning what it means to be smart in that definition. Like, it sounds like what you mean is that you're basically saying that they would be just more logical. No, I don't even know if saying that they would just be more logical is also correct. But I think there is some word in relation to whether it's logic or like a particular kind of thinking, like a pragmatic, or I don't know, maybe there's some other word. I think there is some kind of, there is an adjective you could use to say perhaps X people would prefer the robot system, right? But to deem them as smarter is too the word smarter can encompass a lot more than how you would be describing it if you were to use it in that way.
No, you're right. That's fair. That pragmatic was the word I was looking for, not smart.
Right.
It was pragmatic. Okay. I was thinking, if I say smarter, then I'm obviously just trying to blow smoke on my own ass. Yeah, pragmatic, where it's a case of, again, it's logic, bro. Your way into the robot way is not as unfair as human error.
Yeah.
And I think everyone, when you think about it from that perspective, everyone would agree. So that's why I think, well, that's the smarter, because you're using your brain instead of emotions, where most people will go through their life acting on emotions. We don't act on logic. We don't live our lives through logic. We act, So pragmatic more than smarter. Smarter is not the right word there. When I think of smarter, I'm automatically thinking someone who dissects every part unbiasedly like a robot.
Right. I see what you mean.
Where, the wrong wording. I think. I also think when you have the like quote unquote perfect world where people say every country has the same facility to stop people having to commit crime, that changes it as well. There's going to be some places where crime isn't your last option, it's your only option. Like
exactly.
That was the only thing presented to you. When that's not the factor, I do think the robot solution is better.
Oh, you mean like in a place where the need for crime is so low that that in most cases, like 99% of cases, the person doing the crime probably had a better option to do. So we don't need judges because the person doing the crime is probably just a shit person or a lazy person or trying to cheat their way to success or something. Okay. Yeah, I can. Yeah.
they were able to do the maths. They knew better, basically.
Yeah.
When we can confidently say you knew better, there was no need for you to rob this place because you can get money or support from this system that we have in place. You chose to do the bad thing. That's when we can go, we don't need people to judge anymore.
Yeah, I can see that.
That's what I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that would be an unreasonable outcome or unreasonable world, for sure.
But yeah, I think the fear of the fucking Skynet taking over will move us not close to that end goal. Because I think for that end goal to happen, we need help from unbiased robots. But the unbiased bit's the most important bit, but you can't get unbiased judgment from a human.
Yeah,
you just can't.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think people are scared of losing something when we rely on that aspect of our creation, which is robots, which is probably too late. Well,
yeah, you can't. Yeah, there's no closing. The Pandora's box has been opened from time ago, so there's no going back at this point.
Yeah, I need to watch more videos. There was one I watched, must have been a few weeks ago, about I think it's called the P Zombie.
P Zombie.
I don't know if you heard that. Yeah, P Zombie. I think it was a case of, would it be morally wrong to turn off / kill a robot if everything they did was like a human? So they would hear a joke and they would laugh. You would tell them an emotion and they could act upon the empathy, but they didn't have those emotions. They didn't have funny as an emotion because they're a robot, but they acted on it just like everyone else. Would it be immoral to turn them off? Because it would be visually looking like you killed someone, but you're just turning off a thing.
I see. Would it be moral? Yeah, it's seems like a philosophical thing as well, because like I think that question probably gets into the realm of like, what is consciousness, which is also like, do we attribute consciousness to if a robot can fully act out, like behave as if they are conscious in the same way a human is, do we now give them consciousness? Or is consciousness something that you act, or is it something that you are bestowed upon? Like that's a
exactly.
It's a rough
one. It's a no answer. But I think people are like, if you're not biological, then you can't have it. And I know a lot of people talk about it being like an emergent property. So when you combine things, you get consciousness, and none of those things seem to be only locked into biology. So I think you could have a conscious robot. I don't see the contradiction in that, but a lot of people saying like you can't.
Yeah, I'm not sure where I stand on it at the moment. Knee-jerkly or knee-jerk reaction, or if I was forced to give a take on that question, currently I would say no, because for words that I don't have at the moment, I think that, and I acknowledge that this could be just a feels thing, but I think I'm in the camp of, there seems to be something unique about, well, I think it's a different question. If you're asking about like, would you agree that humans are conscious in a way that like a cat isn't conscious, or doesn't have the same level of consciousness?
Yeah, I guess I don't know what consciousness. When I think of consciousness, I think of like an agent. An agent could be conscious, so something that can choose to do something. I think that's a very loose term of consciousness. So I don't think that's your interpretation of consciousness.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't. If it was, it would just be a component of it. It definitely wouldn't be like the whole part of it. But I only brought it up because some people believe that, like a cat, because some people conflate consciousness with like being alive, right? And so a cat is alive and a human is alive, so we're both conscious, right? But then, like what you said earlier, like the ability to make decisions based on criteria or different perceived outcomes, or even time, like the ability to realize that if I make this decision now, this outcome could happen next week, right? And cats and dogs and animals like that, they don't have the ability to do that. So some people would say, are they conscious in the same way? So I think that if you're talking just consciousness or different kinds of consciousness, then I can see it being applied to a robot. But the type of consciousness that a human has, that's where I'm not sure. Even if you gave the robot all of the criteria or all of the necessary tools to be able to function pretty much exactly like a human, I mean, I guess one would have to conclude that in that world where a robot is given every functionality that a human can do, we would have to say that the robot is conscious. But I think the reason why it will continue to be a debate is because there does seem to be some ethereal other special thing. But that thing could just be human bias, like human bias towards humans. Like I think there's a term for what this is, like the
speciesism.
So I think I've heard something different, but it sounds something like that, where like we are bestowing ourselves some extra unique quality simply because we are human, not because we actually have whatever the unique quality we think is.
Yeah,
that could be a thing too.
I'm with you. I don't know what it is, because I would feel uncomfortable saying this robot is human. Sorry, this robot is conscious. When it did, like, you know, those films with like simps and stuff,
yeah,
where they're openly saying I'm a robot, but you can't tell the difference because they act like a human. The only difference is they weren't born from a womb. Like, it's just the biology, right? That's the only difference between them at that point. If that was the case, I'll be like, something doesn't feel right saying that they're conscious, but I'm logic has me in a chokehold. I have to agree. Like, I have to say it's conscious by the definitions that we are all coming up with, right? Unless there is something like, oh, you can only be conscious because there's a biological thing that bestows it. But then, like you said, it's ethereal. Like, it's some magical elixir that we have that robots don't. But I don't. Obviously, consciousness itself is super hard to describe. Like you said, and I think there's degrees to it. Like you said, like a cat. I would say a cat is conscious, but its brain doesn't work like ours. So there is a difference to it, and we clearly, I don't know if it's biased or we just judge. We have a really weird criteria. Like you've heard those arguments about, oh, you don't mind killing a cow for meat, but you would never kill a dog.
Yeah, exactly.
Because we look at dogs as smarter or more intelligent than a cow. I don't know if that's true. I'd be very surprised if it was the case. Yeah, there's like maybe it's just a bias then. It's just a bias to certain species. But we would say like, oh, a dolphin's smarter than a dog, or a chimp smarter than a dog, because it does things that are closer to us.
Oh, so yeah, for sure. Yeah,
chimps are closer to us, so we're like, oh, they're more conscious. And it's like, I guess.
And even the way that they can use tools, like you can watch a monkey like using sticks or building things with and the fact that they have hands that are similar to ours as well. So that plays into gets tricky.
I think the one thing I've not heard as a description of consciousness is, if I think of a robot and if I wanted to test if it had a similar or the same kind of consciousness as me, is like, are you scared to be turned off?
Well, that sounds like a profound question, but if the example is as clean cut as what you're saying, which is a robot that has every capability of thinking and behaving like a human, then the answer would have to be yes, right? Like, why would they have every other reaction or fear or feeling that a human may have? But then when it comes to the question of, are you afraid to be turned off? They would be like, oh, now I remember I'm a robot, and robots don't like, surely that would also continue to as well, right?
I think it's because a robot, this is a massive assumption. I could be totally wrong, but I would feel a robot would be the ultimate nihilist. in this situation, because they would be able to be, well, being turned off is just the same as before I was turned on. There's nothing, so there's nothing to be scared of. Where most humans don't think like that, because of, I feel it's like a survival instinct. Obviously, you have some people that don't, they don't subscribe to that. But for the majority of people, survival instinct is the thing I feel that is an aspect to consciousness.
But I think the robot would have that. Like, again, if the example is that the robot is basically a human, but it's a robot, I just don't see why, like the same way that most people want, when faced with the question of, are you afraid to die? If the answer is yes, and a lot of the reasons might be because I don't know what happens or whatever, I imagine the robot would oftentimes, because technically the robot doesn't really know what it was like before they were turned on, because they were not, the same way we don't know what it was like before we were born, the robot shouldn't know what it was like before they were not turned on. So that knowledge, I
was about to say, I think the robot can calculate that. It can calculate the not being awake. I don't know what the robot would call this.
But in the same, it can calculate it in the same way that we can rationalize, like the same way we could some people do rationalize, well, like I didn't exist, like there was nothingness, like me the agent didn't exist, so it was just nothingness, so when I die, it will just go back to nothingness. The same way the robot would calculate that I didn't exist, so when I cease to exist, I will cease to exist, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And I think its answer would be yes, but that would be, it would be, no, I'm not scared. There's nothing to be scared about. That to me, emotionally, would be, that's not the right answer as a conscious agent. But even if I know, even a nihilist would be like, I don't want to die most of the time, right? Because they'll be like, oh, I want to learn this, I want to do that. I'm scared of like pain. Where the robot couldn't have pain. Well, unless you gave it pain receptors. I don't know if it could. Could you do that? I don't know if you can do that.
You could. Well, I think you would have to. You would need to. If for this thought experiment to work properly, the robot would need to feel pain, because that's a part of the human experience. Like for this to be accurate.
You say pain is part of consciousness then, or you're saying pain needs to be there? Yeah. Would you say pain needs to be there for consciousness to be there?
I wouldn't say. I don't know if I'm willing to say it needs to be there for consciousness to be there, but it's a part of the conscious human experience, right? Like pain, the risk of death, getting sick, almost dying. These things play a part in how we behave and how we traverse the world and stuff. So if a robot doesn't have that, then I don't think the thought experiment is even worth exploring, really, because they're missing a huge component of human, not just human consciousness, but human existence.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. Yeah, I didn't think about that aspect, but yeah, I think that is the biggest. Maybe that is the difference that I was thinking about, was the biological part. Because with biology, you automatically get pain, where with robots and machines, you have to give them pain, or you have to give them a mechanism to experience pain.
Yeah.
And I guess from pain, you would get fear. If you don't have pain, what fear do you have?
Some Naruto, I have pain, summon the pain of 6 paths, whatever it was. Just pain everywhere.
I was thinking of Vegeta when he goes to the androids. The androids experience fear.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, shit. That's some profound shit from Vegeta, bro.
Damn,
he was spitting
with the philosophy. That's hilarious.
Took me like 15 years to realize that man was Archimedes or something. It was asking them hard questions.
But yeah, no, I think that it would have to be. It would need to be considered. I think you don't think. Well, I guess I guess the question would be, and this complicates things further with me, which is, if the robot ever existed at a time when it did not have the pain receptors installed, right? Let's say that the robot existed for 5 years, and then now that 5 years without the pain, and then now they can experience pain. That's correct. That's too different to a human as well. Like the robot would need to be from its inception, it would need to be able to feel pain. You know, I think I could be wrong. Maybe this is not necessary, but I think it changes the dynamic way too much without pain.
I agree with you. I think I would say once you give it pain receptors, it's closer to consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's because I think even then the robot has a experience that we don't have, which is living without fear than living with fear. I think it's got a broader understanding at that point. But I think living without pain and then getting it will just give you a closer sum to what we call consciousness. But yeah, I didn't think about the pain thing being a part of the consciousness, but it is. It must be.
Yeah, it has
because
to be,
without that, I don't know what you would have. I don't know if you had the same survival instinct in a robot without pain.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, especially once you get into the realm of like survival instincts and stuff, then it's a different story altogether.
You probably judge other animals on that. Like when we see lemons doing crazy things, we're like, bro, that's zero consciousness. That thing is not. That animal is not woke. It doesn't care about its life. It's not. It's not what it's acting on is not what we're acting on.
Yeah, yeah.
Which is kind of strange to judge it on.
Oh,
its choices.
You mean when an animal like responds based on instinct and stuff rather than pain?
Yeah. Like, I mean, I'm a postie, so I have this all the time. I see like a Jack Russell barking at me. I'm like, bro, I could kick your head off. Why? This isn't.
Oh yeah.
This isn't a fight you want to pick. You have zeros.
Yeah.
To me, that dog has zero.
Yeah.
Survival instincts.
Have you seen? One time I saw a video of like I fucking hate cats, man. I think they're just actually dog. That's funny. I was about to call cats dog shit animals. That sounds like a funny. But cats. I saw a video of a cat, and an alligator is walking towards the cat, and the cat is like hissing at it, like it's actually gonna do something to the alligator. And it's, my friend, if this alligator even thinks about opening its mouth, you're just gonna explode. Like, how you don't stand a chance, you know? So, yeah, I just think it's definitely a weird thing to witness, because they just don't have that judgment call feature in their head or whatever.
Going into a 10-0 matchup like that to me means you have no will to survive, which means you have no consciousness. Like, it looks like from the outside, it looks like you are more of a robot than the robots we're talking about.
Yeah, true.
You've got pre-programmed thing that you just have to do. You don't know this thing. You go into offense mode without doing any risk reward in your mind. For me, it's like you go at it, bro. Go for the crocodile. Have fun. Just clean in the gene pool, bro. On some Magneto shit, like apocalypse stuff.
Oh man.
Yeah, I never thought that I would use that as a criteria for consciousness. Now I have to reevaluate.
Oh, the robot thing. Oh, the pain thing.
Yeah. I never thought about that bit.
Yeah, no, it's an interesting thing to think. I'll think about it some more as well, because it might be a thing where it's not as essential as I think, but we will see. Are you still? Wait, what is it? Are you not like working today or anything, or what's going on with you?
I finished hella early today. I finished like 2 hours early.
Oh shit!
I just ran around.
Wait, why does that sometimes happen? It just depends on how much stuff you need to deliver.
Yeah, basically, yeah. I got paired up with someone who doesn't mess about. They don't have breaks or anything like that. We just get it done. So
wait, so you always you do it in pairs all the time?
Yeah. It's a fairly new system. Yeah, you always go out with 90% of the people in the office will buddy up. So you have like a driver and like a non-driver normally, and then you both like work from the van, deliver stuff. So yeah, the person I'm with is just one of those people that wants to get over and done with, so they're leaving the crack of dawn. Yeah, it took us about 3 hours to do a job that normally takes like 7, because we just didn't take any breaks.
Damn. It's efficient. That sounds like a robot right there. There's your robot. You know what I mean? There's your example. Maybe you should spring. Actually, this kind of person might be an interesting person to ask this kind of question to, perhaps.
If There's no breaks to ask them, but
true.
yeah, I'll try and. There's no time to talk. We just one spot to the next. But yeah, I might ask them. I don't know. I've got a Full Metal tattoo, and they asked me about it, and I was like, oh, I can't explain the concept of a homunculus. Now I've got a reason to.
Yeah.
Because an homunculus is basically a biological robot. It's
Right.
A person with no apathy. So, well, that's what I've read up on an homunculus. That's why I wanted to get it.
Yeah.
I thought it's basically the P zombie. If you've got a human who can't relate, are they conscious?
Right. Let's see.
Or they just copying they're just mimicking what other humans do.
Like a yeah, homunculus. Yeah, that's what that is. Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah. That's the Full Metal.
It's Full Metal. I need to watch Brotherhood, so I haven't seen it yet. I've only seen the original. Yeah, I need to watch the new one.
I might have to rewatch it.
Do you watch Arcane?
Nah, I never played League of Legends, so I thought, what's the point of me watching it?
Yeah, that was. I think a lot of people thought that. Yeah, you don't need to have seen it. Season 2 came out like just a week ago or something, so I'm on 2 episodes left before the end. So I was just curious if you've seen it, but it's worth a watch. It is one of those shows where the praise it's getting is warranted. Like it's fair that it's considered to be all the praise it gets is not misplaced.
Oh, if it's not overhyped, because that's.
I mean, it might be. You may come if you watch it, you may feel it's overhyped, but and I watched it late too. The season 1, I didn't watch it until like a year after it was out, or maybe 2 years after it was out. But it's I can see a world where you may say it's overhyped, but I think it's more likely that you may see moments where it's like, this is. I think you may say that line in your head, this is overhyped, but you will probably end the line of thought by saying, but I can see why it's overhyped, or you with your super logical brain, you might recognize. I think you will recognize that part of the reason why you may say it's overhyped is because of the time it took for you to watch it while hearing so much about it. But you could probably rationalize and be like, well, had I not waited this long and I heard less hype, my brain probably wouldn't be reacting this way, and I'd probably just think, oh, this is actually quite good. And I think that's what I caught myself doing.
If I was at Ground Zero watching it then, I would agree with all this hype. Yeah.
Something like that.
I'll I haven't got work tomorrow, so I can probably start watching it tomorrow.
Yeah, it's worth it. Let me know if you do and what you think of it.
Yeah, no, I will do. Yeah, the last thing I watched was what's it called? Keegan. Baki versus Keegan. What's it called?
Keegan.
Shura Keegan. I can't remember what it's called now.
Oh, Ken.
Kengan.
Kengan Sasura or something. Is that what it's called?
Yeah. That's the last one I watched. That was.
Oh, okay. I only know the name. I haven't seen it.
I like it, but no one likes it because it's CGI, so I can't get anyone to watch it.
Damn, unlucky. Yeah. Unluck.
Yeah, it's a rip. But they see the intro.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh yeah, cool. Looks like a normal anime, but the fight scenes are all CGI, and they're like, nah, I'm good. Yeah. I'm like, bro, it's the best part.
Unfortunately, not to them. Unlucky. Mm-hmm. All right, man. Well, nice chat. I'm gonna maybe just stream for a bit, just maybe 10 more minutes, and then call it a day.
Cool.
Cool, man.
I'll love you finished.
Yeah. No worries. Appreciate that as always. I'll catch you in a bit. Safe journeys. Yep. See ya. Okay. Nice chat too. All right, what are we doing here? What do we want to try and do here? I think we want to try and... I've been looking at this way too long. I need to free my brain from this image. Why is there no stroke here? Here? Okay. I don't think I like the stroke. Too many layers. I am overloaded. That's what I get for not naming them. Let's fix this. This could look better. In fact, let's do that now. Kind of like the color burn. Do I like the color burn? I think I like the color burn more. Yeah, this should have more shadow maybe. Crap. Yeah. Uh-oh, where's the rainbow color? Okay, that was it. Dum bim 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 bim. This is a horrible, horrible layering. Oof. Oof, oof, oof. Where is shorts, gloves? What do I call it? I know I named it. Where's the name? Gloves. Skin base armband. Okay. I knew I named it. Let's just make it darker here. Well, I feel like this entire arm needs to be something like this. And then maybe skin base can go down to 42. Don't know about that. Oh wait, we need to do this though. Pops more. Alright, I think I'm done. Been looking at this for way too long to free my brain. Maybe I can quickly do... Contracts. So I'm just reviewing. See if I can catch any mistakes. I feel like I can put a shine on this earring. Well, I don't feel like I can. I know I can. But should I? That's the real question. Why's none of this working? Guess the white is fine. Earring shine. Should go at the end. I think I prefer it in the middle. It's too strong. Okay, I think I'm done. How long was that? Just reaching 5 hours. Or stretch. Alright, that's going to be it for me today. Am I proud of this? Kind of. I really like the fish. I think I did a good job on the fish. Oh, I see a mistake. Yeah, I think the fish looks kind of cool. Especially considering it's my first time trying to do like a fishy texture. There's definitely a better way I could have done it, but And the boat could look better for sure, but I'm too lazy to make a better looking boat. Shading on the face is okay. Gloves look alright. Oh, what's this? What's this? What's going on here? Mistakes were made. This part of the leg is okay, but over here is looking... Don't know what's happening there. I think the background could be a bit stronger though, or at least maybe less chaotic. Maybe I can move it over here. What happens if I flip it? Maybe the flipped version is better. Shit, I think it might be. I think the weight, there's less weight when it's flipped this way. Well, now I'm very curious. What happens if I rotate? Okay, no. Whoa. It's like she's in some volcano. That could actually be quite an interesting version of this. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, that looks kind of cool too. So many decisions. Kind of like that. Let's duplicate this. What was that? Luminosity. Can mix both. I need to just make up my mind. Oh, that looks cool too. I like that one the best. Maybe if I do that, then maybe I don't need to do color burn. Wait. Maybe I don't need to do color burn on this. Oof. Wait, what? Oh, decisions. Color burn. Fuck, I think the color burn is not as good as the multiply. Yeah, multiply looks better here. That is almost perfect, I would say. One thing I don't like is this. It's the only thing I don't like. I don't like this this line. Maybe I'll just get rid of it then. Well, I kind of can't. If I just lighten it. No, that's not the answer. Don't like that. What is causing this? Oh, I see. What is this? Okay, here we go. Maybe I can blur that. Okay, that works. Problem solved. Alright, I am done. Free me from this dungeon of coloring this forever and ever. Thanks for coming by, and enjoy the rest of your evening or day or afternoon, wherever you are at, wherever you are be. Oh wait, no, I need to let this song rock out. It's my ending stream song. You just gotta shake your head uncontrollably. Random song to end to. Alright, I'm off. Peace and out.